All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the commission this morning for the second day of the hearings on this docket. This is October the 22nd, 2025. This is docket numbers 56298 and docket number 56310. That's Georgia Power Company's application for the certification of the 2029 to 2031 all source capacity RFP and the certification of supplemental resources for 2028 to 2031 capacity. We will start by calling for appearances. Georgia Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Commissioner Justin Pollock.
Good morning, Justin.
Public Interest Advocacy staff.
Thank you. Georgia Power Company.
Good morning, Commissioners. Allison Pryor, Steve Hewitson, and Brandon Marzo for Georgia Power Company.
Good morning. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Mr. Jones. Georgia Interfaith Power and Light.
Morning, Commissioners. Bob Sherrier, Jennifer Whitfield, and Amitabh Kamani on behalf of Georgia Interfaith Power and Light in South Mesa.
Morning, Bob. All right, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Morning, Commissioners. Isabella Risa on behalf of Sierra Club and SACE.
Good morning. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bland Holman on behalf of SREA. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. All right. That's all those. So are there any housekeeping matters to take up at this time? All right, we will begin with public witnesses. Thank you to everyone who has taken the time to be here this morning. And we've got a sign up sheet. And but at the end of that, if there's anyone that came in that missed the sign up, we'll call for you at that time. So we'll just go down the list. And first of all, but thank y'all again for taking the time to be here. We look forward to hearing from you. We have a busy day as far as hearings, and we still have a lot left on the agenda today. So we're going to follow our normal rule pattern of 3 minutes each, and you'll have a time clock on the screen on each side, so you'll be able to track that. And but you know, obviously, we're not going to try to kick you out of here if you can't read fast enough. But let's try to stick to it if we can, the best we can, and we appreciate that. All right, we'll start with W.R. Young, followed by Tim Callanan. Young, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is W.R. Young, and I'm a resident of Carroll County and the surrounding counties, Heard County, and some of the other counties. Also, the Alabama counties that I deal with a lot of my friends and everything that we've worked out at Plant Wansley. And I'm a Georgia Power retiree also. I'd like to add to that, I hadn't been retired, but about probably maybe 2 months. And believe me, it's another life. It's another life. I still get phone calls from all my buddies. I got phone calls from them before I ever left because they were so excited wanting to know about the power company's future at Plant Wansley. And that's why I said that about being retired in 2 months, because I still have connections there and they still call me now wanting to know, have I heard anything? And I always try to be positive to them. And the day that I heard about these combined cycles and the battery storage, I was glad to share with them, and it gave them hope. It gave them hope. It really did. Okay. And I've worked for the company for 51 years, maybe 51 and a month over. And I've really enjoyed it. And I'm proud to stand before you today to support the company's proposal for Plant Wansley as outlined in the all source capacity RFD. We are excited about the combined cycles, the units, the battery and the battery storage plant. And let me say something about that battery storage. When I was working, they would talk about the battery storage plant. Well, we really didn't know what it was about. And so I got tired of just playing along with it because they'd come up and ask me, what is it? Well, most of them thought that it was just a place where you store batteries with all the electrical vehicles going on and everything, and is what we really thought. So I got brave and got one of my buddies off the side. I said, hey man, can you really tell me what it is? So they did, and I shared it. And you're not going to believe what a great idea that they think this is and how that it's going to help the company. And it's an asset to it. And, I'm here today to, tell you and support the, all source capacity RFD. I really am. I love the company. I do. Like I say, I'd still be there if they hadn't shut it down. So time comes. But now I want to share with you with the new technology and the combined cycles, the battery storage, and the other stuff that's going on with the other plants is super. I ain't got time to tell you how excited Carroll County is. I just don't. And also, you couldn't have picked a better place in Plant Wansley, because Plant Wansley is just ideal for it. It's ideal. And it's in Plant Wansley for all the years that, for 50 years that I was there at Yates and Wansley, the community benefited from that. They did. They had family reunions and birthday parties at the rec center. And I said that to say this, that Plant Wansley is a role model. I know back when we were working, Plant Wansley was a role model, and it was a show place. We called it a show palace. So today, it's high hopes, and it's coming true that Plant Wansley is going to be the show palace again. And not only does the new generation that is being brought to Plant Wansley is the community activities, and we're excited about it. In addition to generating electricity, the jobs we get will get people back home, because in shutting these plants down and getting away from coal and going to new resources and combined cycles and all, the people that was not old enough and really didn't want to retire, but some did, and some that was not old enough that was still like in their 40s and 50s, they decided to go to another plant. Well, this will give them an opportunity to get back home and settle down and be able to raise their family and work hard. And I do want to say this, the Southern Company, Georgia Power, the people that they are employed there, they're held to a high expectancy, and they do it. They do it. They really do. So the character, I want to say this about the Southern Company. The Southern Company builds character in people. It builds character. It does. It causes people to think, the employees to think. And I want to also add that the Southern Company's safety. You ain't going to find another company out there that is safety minded as the power company is. And also, one more thing, they are involved in community actions. They are. The schools benefit from it, Heard County, and I am here today to represent Plant Wansley. In closing, the all source capacity RFP is first and foremost about providing a diverse range of generating resources to allow the company to reliable and affordably meet the state's energy demand and needs. This is critical for the continued prosperity of the state. I want you to know that the proposed projects also represent community character. Thank you.
Mr. Young, you're a Baptist, don't you?
So I hear that all the time. Yes, sir. But I knew my 3 minutes wasn't gonna last long.
Well, we appreciate your service there, and I will just echo what you said. And I had some tough conversations down there with the Heard County school system when those plants were closed, and they lost over 25% of their revenue. So
Yes, sir.
there's a lot of other factors involved in all of these decisions.
Yes. Say this, and I will sit down. You know, the working in the warehouse, truck, I just wouldn't believe how this affects the industry. Truck drivers, stores, I can go on with parts, material. And I'm proud to say that I'm a Southern Company retiree that plays part in all the activity that goes on around the world because of the Southern Company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Like you, I also love Plant Wansley. Thanks.
Tim, it may be Callahan, but it looks like Callahan, but if I got it wrong, I don't know. I know
You
plenty.
got it right. It was Callahan.
Callahan, okay. Well, and you're going to be followed by Melinda Brown.
Okay. Well,
Good to
it's,
see you.
It's tough to follow that. But I'm surprised they let him retire. They could have just harnessed his energy and produced enough power that they may not have needed these plants. But the But I am the county manager in Effingham County, which is home to Plant McIntosh. And I am also here in support of these expansion plans and additional combined cycle units. Plant McIntosh produces or has capacity to produce about 2,000 megawatts of power. And I will say, to follow up on the previous gentleman's comments, that Georgia Power is a tremendous corporate citizen. They don't just answer the call, they're there without being called. And they are involved in every aspect of the community. They participate on our boards. They also, just last month, the economic development team moderated our strategic planning session with the chamber. So they're wonderful partners to work with. But we have two major infrastructure projects, non-power related, that would not have happened without Georgia Power. One of them, we have just recently received funds earlier this year for a water intake and water treatment plant from the state. It's a $500 million project to provide surface water for the entire region. That would not have happened if Georgia Power did not step up and say that they were committed to assisting and making sure that this happened by providing land for the water intake on the Savannah River, and also providing a path using their right-of-way for the transmission lines as well. And they are also providing, they have right-of-way on an abandoned rail bed that we're working with them to provide access for a multi-use trail, 26 miles, part of the Georgia High-Low Trail. And then going on to their economic impact, it's just been absolutely unbelievable for the region. Two of my commissioners are either retired or currently working for the Southern Company. They, despite the jobs and obviously as you mentioned, the impact on the property tax digest to help schools. One thing that folks don't realize with these natural gas plants is the sales tax that's generated through the purchase of natural gas and power generation. That information is not freely available, but we've extrapolated the impact. And in addition to this 2,000 megawatts that we have from there, we also have a power plant from Oglethorpe Power in Effingham, the Bobby Smith plant. And we estimate that about 25% of our sales tax is generated off of power generation in the county. And when you talk about 4 pennies, 1 penny for loss for reducing property taxes, 1 penny for E-SPLOS for education infrastructure, for T-SPLOS for roads, for SPLOS for infrastructure, that's over $18 million a year that provides relief and infrastructure for a growing county like Effingham, and it's a godsend. So we truly appreciate it. But I'll finish with this: is that the easiest way to have a positive economic impact is to keep dollars in your residents' pockets. And this 3-year rate freeze has done that. And so it's hard to measure the economic impact of that savings in this inflationary time of having something be stable in price. But it's been noticed and it's been valuable. Again, Effingham County and the Board of Commissioners supports the expansion, and we look forward to continuing working with Georgia Power in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Kelvin. I know y'all got a lot of growth going in that area, and that's direct result of good leadership. So thank you. Melinda Brown, followed by Kathy Knowles. Good morning. How are you?
Members of the commission, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Melinda Brown, and I am the president of the Heard County Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today on behalf of our organization, which proudly represents 180 members committed to advancing the commercial, industrial, and civic interests of Heard County and its surrounding areas. Georgia Power has consistently demonstrated its dedication to the growth and vitality of the Heard County community. Over the years, the company has made substantial contributions to the Heard County school system, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Heard County Community Partnership. Furthermore, the Georgia Power has proactively engaged a consulting firm to collaborate with our community leaders on a comprehensive 5-year economic development strategy for Heard County. This strategy aims to enhance sectors such as recreational tourism, retail, entertainment, hospitality, manufacturing, warehousing, and distribution. Georgia Power's unwavering commitment to our community underscores its focus on both present and future success. The closure of the coal-fired units at Plant Wansley a few years ago was indeed a setback for our local economy and community morale. However, we recognize and appreciate Georgia Power's role as a responsible corporate citizen, treating its presence in our community as a valuable investment. Rather than abandoning the plant, Georgia Power invested time and resources to explore how the site could be revitalized to meet future energy needs. We are grateful for the company's commitment and for its efforts to bolster our tax base, thereby enabling the provision of critical services and amenities. We wholeheartedly support the proposed projects at Plant Wansley, including in the All Source RFP. We respectfully urge you to vote in favor of the All Source RFP, allowing Georgia Power to construct the combined cycle units and the battery energy storage system. These projects will not only benefit Heard County, but also serve the broader needs of our region and state. Thank you for providing this opportunity for community input and for listening to my testimony this morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Kathy Knowles, followed by Dustin Pate.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today.
Good
I
morning.
could just say ditto what everyone else has said because they have expressed the opinions of most of the people of Heard County, certainly the community leaders. I am the executive director of the Development Authority of Heard County. Plant Wansley began construction in the early 1970s. I was born a little before that, and I live about 5 miles from the facility. As a teenager, I watched the boom to the economy of Heard County as thousands of workers spent years in the community, earning wages and spending locally. Many of them wound up staying in Heard County, calling it home. They're still there today. In the years that followed, additional providers located plants either on the Wansley campus or across the river from Wansley, providing jobs for our people, both short-term and long-term. Over the past 4 decades, these plants have provided approximately 55% of Heard County's annual budget needs. This kept our property tax and school tax rates low, yet still allowed us to build new facilities, including a new administration building, revamp our courthouse, and to build all new schools, expand and upgrade the existing schools, and then outfit them with state-of-the-art technology, ultimately allowing us to achieve graduation rates in the low to mid-90s consistently for many, many years now. I and other community leaders meet with Plant Wansley, the executives at Plant Wansley, often for briefings on the status of the plants and their plans for the future. We've met recently to discuss the proposal before you today, and I would say confidently, based on the information provided, that Georgia Power intends to utilize the latest, the safest, and most efficient equipment available in the market today. This will allow them to produce the most power with the least amount of energy consumption. Less energy consumption and production reduces the usage of fossil fuels and emissions and helps to protect our soil, air, and water quality. Even during the coal-fired year, Georgia Power took the necessary steps to clean and scrub emissions to protect our land and waterways. Some people will come before you today to advocate against the expansion of these power plants. few, if any of those speaking against these expansions would give up their internet, their Google searches, their Amazon deliveries, their devices, their heating and air conditioning units, electrical appliances, and other amenities in order to reduce that consumption. So expansion is necessary to meet the ever increasing demand, and my preference is that expansion ability be given to those in the industry focused on safety and efficiency. Georgia Power has been an excellent neighbor in our community for 5 decades. Their staff and representatives are involved, and by that I mean they're involved with our schools, our community, our chamber, our development authority, and our nonprofits, supporting them not only through fundraisers, hosting community events, but giving of their time and their volunteerism. In many ways, they're a better neighbor than State Farm. Heard County is small, but it's growing. For many of you, these numbers will seem silly, but we're a county of 12,000 people. And we're seeing an influx of an average of 100 families per year. And that's huge. That has never happened in the past. We have industry circling our waters and interested in building in our area. And this growth will increase the region's need for additional dependable electricity. With the safety standards and history of Georgia Power and their commitment to meet the needs of the community they serve, I ask you wholeheartedly to approve the RFP that they have before you today. And again, I appreciate you allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Dustin Pate, followed by Anna Wesley Corheron.
Good morning, Commission.
Morning.
My name is Dustin Pate. I'm the Chief Appraiser and Chairman of the Heard County Board of Tax Assessors. And Mr. Shaw, I'm here to speak on what you mentioned with the school and on the taxable side of what Georgia Power and Plant Wansley mean to our community. Plant Wansley has made up over the years somewhere between 30 and 40% of our tax digest. That is a massive part for a small county such as ours. That makes up about 1.7 million of true taxable dollars. With the closure of the coal-fired portion of the plant, they now represent about 50 million in fair market value, which is less than 400,000. That has been a big hit to our tax digest. It has put a burden on the school and also the county, who we have one of the lowest millage rates in the state. For the first time in 2025, was forced to raise that millage rate. We are wholeheartedly in support of Georgia Power and their expansion, and we hope that you look at it and at the benefit of the taxes in Heard County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anna Wesley Corheron, followed by Nana Bocci. Morning.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Vulcan Industrial this morning. My name is Anna Wesley Cohern. I serve as the Senior Vice President for Vulcan Industrial Contractors. We are a industrial maintenance contractor that provides services to the industrial sector across the Southeast, primarily in Alabama and Georgia. Vulcan is proud to be one of Georgia Power's largest maintenance contractors across the state. And for more than a decade specifically, we've been the primary maintenance partner at Bowen. Over my career, I have had the privilege to work across many areas of generation, whether that be fossil fuel, hydro, your renewable sector for quite some time as well. That experience has deepened my respect for fuel diversity. Just like in business, diversity creates strength, allowing companies to adapt as our customer needs, technologies, and economies evolve. The proposals before you, the All Source RFP cert and the cert of supplemental resources, together represents nearly, as you know, 10,000 megawatts of new capacity. That's critical to meeting Georgia's future energy demands and ensuring the reliability that powers our homes, our schools, our industry, as Kathy mentioned earlier, our devices, all those things. Importantly, 3 of these proposed projects are at Plant Bowen, which is reinforcing Georgia Power's ongoing commitment to Bartow County's people and prosperity. My connection to Plant Bowen happens to be professional and personal. I actually began my career as a young engineer at Plant Bowen. I was eager to learn, excited to be a part of something meaningful, and just a quick trip down memory lane. Back when I was at Bowen, we had to go all the way into downtown Cartersville, so to speak, just so that I could get a sandwich that did not come from the gas station across the street. As a young engineer, I felt like I was traveling to South Carolina. It was so far away and out in the middle of nowhere. When I visit the site now, I'm amazed by the growth and vitality of the entire area. And if you've been there, you know what I speak of. It's a vivid reminder of how much that area has evolved and how deeply Plant Bowen and Georgia Power have been a part of that entire progress. Today, Vulcan Industrial employs 800 men and women across Southern company sites alone. This morning, we had over 115 men and women directly at Plant Bowen specifically. To put it into bigger numbers, this year so far, which we still have 2.5 very busy months ahead of us, we have completed 604,000 man hours. Some quick math on the back of a napkin tells you that is 325 full-time jobs for the men and women in that area. We are also a union contractor. So with those full-time jobs comes fantastic benefits from each of their crafts. Respectively, in 2024, we had 675,000 man hours at Bowen alone. The impact of that work on the county, the local economy, on the families who live there is tremendous. Vulcan is honored to be a part of that movement, helping steward a partnership between our employees and Georgia Power that continues to strengthen communities like Bartow County. On behalf of Vulcan Industrial and all our employees across Georgia, I respectfully urge as well your support for these certifications. We want to ensure reliable, resilient, and prosperous energy future for the state. So thank you for your time and for your continued leadership in Georgia's energy future.
Ma'am, I think it was 4 years ago, I had a lady call me and she just moved there from New Jersey. She wanted me to close Plant Bowen.
Wow.
She says, you know, I've just gotten here and I'm going
She wasn't connected. Yep. Area is very impressive. Definitely. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right. Nana Bocci, followed by Jason Rubenbear. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so
Did
much,
I
Commissioner.
say that right?
You're close.
Close.
But yes, thank you. My name is Nana Bwachi, and I'm a Georgia native raised in Douglas County and a current resident of DeKalb County. And today I would like to express my concerns about our state's energy usage. Georgia's energy grid is relying more on fossil fuels, while customers of that grid are charged higher and higher. Many noting bills being in the hundreds of dollars, which I'm sure you guys have heard time and time again. Citizens are living paycheck to paycheck and shouldn't have to evaluate whether they can afford electricity and groceries, electricity and healthcare, electricity and daycare and elder care. Speaking of which, about 15% of Georgia's population are senior citizens, and not everyone has family to rely on or a great retirement fund to fully sustain them. To force our elders to make such decisions like these, while they are also at risk of losing Medicaid at times, unconscionable. And do all these rate hikes match the public's actual need for power? No. It's for the data centers. Large, loud, polluting monuments of an industry economic experts are worry is in a fragile bubble right now. And those who aren't heavily invested in the AI ecosystem say it looks similar to the .com era. And I hope we all know how that ended up. For the sake of Georgia's future, I hope and pray responsible measures can be taken with less toxic coal ash, sulfur dioxide, and mercury impacting our air, our water, and our health, no matter where we live, whether it's in a urban neighborhood or in a rural countryside and everything in between. Heavy reliance on fossil fuels does not have to be the way to go. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, Georgia has one of the highest potentials for solar output in the Southeast. So I plead you to consider more investment in greener industries and initiatives rather than the fossil fuels that are being proposed. And reconsider these ostensibly high rates entirely. Do not just lock customers in this freeze. People are hurting. I hope you take this statement into consideration and know that citizens all over the state are very passionate about these subjects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jason Rubenbauer, followed by Evie McNeese. Morning.
Good morning, Chairman, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. My name is Jason Rubenbauer, and I'm the President and CEO of the Waycross Ware County Development Authority. A job is simple to describe, yet can be challenging at times. By number one, helping our existing business and industry grow. Number two, recruiting new business and industry and encouraging them to call Ware County their home. And number three, making sure our community is ready for whatever tomorrow brings. Today, I'd like to speak to you about a partner that helps us do all these things and more, Georgia Power. In Southeast Georgia, we plan for natural disasters such as hurricanes, wildfires, flooding, and severe thunderstorms. What you might not expect, and neither did we until this year, was that we also must plan for snow and ice. Yes, ice storms in the deep south where northerners escape the harsh winter weather for warmth and southern hospitality. Whether it's a cone of uncertainty headed our way or a freeze we did not expect, one thing has been consistent through it all. Georgia Power's strong communication and partnership. During the storms, they do not disappear into a black box. We receive real-time situational updates, restoration priorities for critical infrastructure, and honest estimates. What will be restored quickly and will take a little more time and why. Following the storm, their teams circle back to close the loop. What worked? What didn't? And how can we all be better prepared for the next big event that we know will unfortunately come our way? Communication may sound like one of the soft skills that we often hear our industrial partners discussing for their ideal candidates. But in a crisis, it's a force multiplier. Clear and effective communication allows our hospital to enact a staffing plan. It lets our cellular providers and water and sewer teams stage generators, and our food and ag industries check their products in cold storage facilities. Simply put, it turns anxiety into action. You may have seen this in full display when Ware County served as a staging area for Georgia Power crews. Our community opened their doors and Georgia Power rolled in with people, trucks, and materials. The partnership didn't just restore power faster, it brought order to chaos. We know exactly where the crews were and what they were tackling. It allowed us to remove obstacles so they could do their jobs more safely and efficiently and get the lights back on. As an economic developer, I'm always asked two questions on almost every site visit. How is your local workforce and how reliable is your power infrastructure? Thanks to Georgia Power, I can answer the second question with confidence. Reliability matters to our industry partners, running multiple shifts, which allows their employees to provide for their families. It matters to data-driven logistics hubs who are responsible for storing the endless documents and files we all hold important to us. It matters to our small businesses that cannot afford a day offline. Reliability starts long before the lights go out through investment planning and, yes, communication. I'd also like to recognize the people behind the look, the men and women who leave their families in the dark to turn our lights back on. They're engineers who design resiliency into the grid, the local customer and community teams who pick up the phone even when they don't have all the answers, because they know hearing "we're on it" is so much better than hearing nothing at all. The critical work behind the scenes was made even clearer during a recent security tour of Plant Vogel where members of our region saw firsthand what it takes to truly keep the lights on, and the many partnerships required to supply the various fuel types to produce the large amounts of energy we all take for granted day to day. Ware County has been a reliable partner to Georgia Power, and Georgia Partner has been a long trusted and critical partner to us. That's what strong communities are built on: shared purpose, shared responsibility, and shared success. On behalf of our businesses, industries, our workforce, and our families, thank you for the investment and service, and most of all, the communication that keeps Ware County moving forward. Through hurricanes and extremely hot summers, through snow and ice storms, and through everyday work of our growing local economy. We are the #1 state to do business 12 years running, and that could not be possible without the power needs of the industries that are recruiting to this area. So we fully support the expansion of this project so we can continue to be #1 for generations to come. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Evie McNeese, followed by Craig McDaniel. Hey, good morning.
I think I'm the shortest one here. Commissioners, thank you so much. On behalf of the Rome Floyd Chamber of Commerce, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on Georgia Power's request to certify 9,900 megawatts of new power generating capacity. Reliable and affordable power is one of the most critical factors in supporting the economic vitality of our community and for the state of Georgia. As chair of the chamber and former mayor of the city of Rome, I'm proud to recognize Georgia Power as not only a trusted utility provider, but also a valued community partner. Their continued investment in new infrastructure ensures that our communities and our businesses have the resources they need to grow and to thrive. This plan will help us meet today's demands while positioning Georgia for long-term success. When considering this proposal, I urge you to view it through the lens of the community and economic benefit. #1, power generation strengthens our communities. Reliable energy is the backbone for growth for our residents, schools, hospitals, and businesses. #2, Georgia Power is a proven partner. They have long been engaged in the success of our region, supporting initiatives that improve education, workforce development, and our quality of life. #3, they support new companies. The increasing demand, driven in part by data centers and other industries, reflects Georgia's position as a leader in attracting investment. These companies cannot thrive without sufficient power. #4, driving economic growth. Expanding energy capacity directly supports job creation, workforce opportunities, and new business development across our great state. #5, improved reliability. A stronger energy system reduces risks of outages and ensures stability for both residents and businesses, which protect our economy. #6, clean energy advancement. Alongside new energy capacity, this investment supports modernization that paves the way for future clean energy solutions and balanced sustainability goals. #7, attracting new industry. Reliable, modern infrastructure makes Georgia more competitive and appealing for businesses seeking to locate or expand here. As you've heard, 12 years in a row, best place to do business. #8, job creation and opportunity. New investment in infrastructure and industry creates both short-term construction jobs and long-term employment that fuels our local prosperity. And finally, #9, modernized infrastructure. Preparing today ensures that we are ready to meet the rising demands of tomorrow's economy and the evolving needs of Georgia's families. The Rome Floyd Chamber believes that reliable and forward-looking power generation is critical to sustaining growth, supporting our communities, and ensuring Georgia's competitiveness on a national and global stage. Our members see firsthand how important energy access in recruiting and retaining businesses, creating jobs, and supporting families. We encourage you to move forward with this most important investment for our state's future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Craig McDaniel, followed by Noel Heatherland.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Today, I'm Craig McDaniel. I'm mayor of the city of Rome. I want to especially thank you for the work that you do, representing all Georgians. I know sometimes your job feels like a thankless job, but the work you do impacts millions of people, and I personally appreciate the work you do. I've been a Rome City Commissioner for 11 years and am in my third term as mayor. As mayor, I sit on the Rome Floyd Development Authority. Our industrial recruitment effort in Rome and Floyd County is supported financially through this authority by both Floyd County and the city of Rome. In my previous career, I worked for 35 years at Georgia Northwestern Technical College. The majority of that time was spent in the economic development arena, and I have sat at the table with more industrial prospects than I can name. On many occasions, a Georgia Power representative was also at that table. My last 15 years at the college, I served as president, and I always made sure we had someone from Georgia Power on our board of directors. It has been my experience that no entity is or has been a better economic development or community development partner than Georgia Power. In my 45 plus years of professional work, no organization has consistently provided services in such a professional and ethical manner. Regarding the All Source RFP, I see this as a forward-thinking plan to expand Georgia Power's generation and storage capacity through a relatively short period of time. 2031 isn't that far away. The addition of nearly 10,000 megawatts of generating resources through the existing power generating plants, battery storage systems, and we'll have one of those in Rome at our plant Hammond, which was the first job I had when I got out of high school, and the battery energy storage systems plus solar appears to be a well thought out and attainable plan. I fully support Georgia Power's RFP. When Georgia Power is successful, local communities can be successful. And success to us at the local level means good paying jobs from industries that don't harm our environment. And I have found that same line of thinking in every endeavor with Georgia Power. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you, Mayor. Noel Heatherland, followed by Ryan Miller. I'm sorry, Noel.
Hi, my name is Noelle Heatherland. As most of us probably know, people on average are paying around $500 more per year than they did 2 years ago, or around $50 more monthly. And that's a big increase for someone also struggling with soaring rent costs and food prices. I usually dress up more for these types of meetings, but I chose to dress down today because it seems silly and out of touch to dress fancy when so many Georgians are struggling to keep their power on while also affording rent and food. I am here today because I am a Georgia Power customer that would like to have a more affordable power bill instead of another rate increase for a data center. I also work for Georgia Equality, a nonprofit dedicated to increasing fairness and equity for LGBTQ+ people across our state and anyone in our state living with HIV and AIDS. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender people, and people living with HIV and AIDS already face notable discrimination in society, as well as increased healthcare costs. The last thing we need for our power bill to add to the long list of things making it hard to afford to live. But you all may not care about your constituents who are LGBTQ+, although they are Georgians, human beings, and people you are supposed to represent. I want to take a moment to address Commissioner Eccles. He may not recognize me. I've changed a lot. but I grew up spending time in your home. And for many years, attending and working as a teenager as an unpaid intern for Teen Pack Teen Leadership Schools, the conservative leadership program for young people that you founded and ran for many years. I know LGBTQ plus people were not welcome. And in the years I was involved, I remember maybe 2 Black people, 2 Asian people out of thousands of white people, and no people of color were ever part of the leadership or intern team for the years I was involved. Now, instead of spending time debating on the side of any gun control being evil, or the reasons the Confederate flag should still be the state flag of Georgia, or whether the Civil War was fought over states' rights and not slavery, and training other white people to be the same, I spend my time using a lot of what you taught me to fight for human rights, trying to listen to and help people, and making a positive difference in the world. So I do thank you for teaching me those skills, even though the intent was for me to grow up and promote Christian nationalism in our government. We, the people of Georgia, are mobilizing, and we are mobilizing to remove people who make it difficult for everyday Georgians to afford to live. Lower our rates, work for the people who are the majority of your constituents. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Miller, followed by Henry Slack.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ryan Miller. I'm the Director of Operations for VT Industries. We're a North American manufacturing company with 15 locations between the US and Canada. Our largest, at least one of our largest plants, is located in Rome, Georgia. And so that's a site that I oversee. I also serve on the following boards. I'm on the Rome Floyd Chamber. I serve on the Rome Floyd Economic Development Authority. And I'm also chair for GRIA, which is known as the Greater Rome Existing Industry Association, coming up on 40 years for that association. So we're proud of that. I'm here today to express support for the All Source RFP that we believe is estimated to provide 10,000 megawatts to the grid. Georgia's growing, my friends, very much. And I think this is specifically the case for Northwest Georgia. And from my perspective, the state is growing strategically, which is a positive reflection of the state's leadership. And as others have mentioned, I think we've got 11 years running, voted anyway. I think we're on 12 now. But it's one of the best states, is the best state, #1 state voted to do business with. I think another key data point that I think is important to acknowledge and to consider is Rome, Georgia's MSA data. So 3.91% over year job growth. That is the 5th fastest growing in the nation. And it's the 2nd fastest growing in the Southeast. So we're proud of that. I've been in manufacturing for 28 years. That experience and my current experience is serving as chair for GRIA. Reaffirms for me that manufacturing is the heartbeat of our economy. We want to keep and create jobs for our communities. We want to provide opportunities to keep our youth and future leaders here in Georgia. The way we do this is by being strategic and proactively having infrastructure in place to support business growth. It's estimated that 80% of our growth comes from existing industry, with the other 20% gap with new industry coming in. It's a key factor that both existing industry and new industry have adequate and reliable energy to support their strategic growth needs. And for this to happen, it's critical that we have operations like Plant Hammond and Plant Bowen to support an economy that is heavy industry and highly digital. We need this strategic RFP to support an ever-evolving grid and support future state business and job growth for not only existing industry expansions, for new industry, new products, etc. Construction projects, which is what these projects in the RFP are, will bring jobs. They amplify the workforce. They will grow new skills, and they will attract future investment into the state. I thank you for your time and consideration. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Sir. Henry Slack, followed by Neil Sardano. Morning, Mr. Slack.
Oh, good morning, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here again. I'm Henry Slack, former Boy Scout. I live around the corner from my grandpa's house. And I'm an engineer, and I realized how conservative engineers are by nature. We don't say, oh, I think this light bulb will probably produce this much light, or yeah, this ceiling will hold up. No, engineers are accurate. When they say something, it'll work. We're not salespeople. We're not attorneys. So that's what I wanted to share with you first. But I was at a conference yesterday. I heard a speaker from UGA, Pam Knox, talk about how Georgia's climate has already changed. And it's significant. 1 year, the corn crop was ruined in North Georgia because the silks were so dry, they could not actually pollinate the corn. It was so much, it's getting so much warmer. Farmers in South Georgia are now planting some citrus, which, gee, when I was growing up, all your citrus came from Florida. And she said further, she foresaw the end of apple crops in North Georgia, which expected. And of course, we've had more droughts and we've had more intense hurricanes. And a speaker at this conference from Georgia Power went ahead and told us that Hurricane Helene was 6 times worse than any storm they've seen before. And it's not ending. You heard the speaker from Waycross talk about ice and snow down there. Well, that's because it's not really global warming we're looking at, it's global weirding. But certainly warming is happening. You can see again from my tie. This is around where my daddy was born. I was born around here. My kids are born down here. And this is around the year 2000 when we've just been getting warmer and warmer, and it's not stopping. And we know what's making us overheat is fossil fuel pollution. That I'm very concerned that Georgia Power plans to extend and keep going on that. Tom Fanning, when he was CEO of Southern Company, set a goal to reduce the fossil fuel pollution by half. And he was successful, largely by closing coal plants, which was great because they're also very dirty and they leave us coal ash, which then, not only did I pay for the coal, I have to pay for the coal ash cleanup. But companies seems to no longer want to cut that pollution with its expansion. And that concerns me. And so trying to minimize the amount that they put at risk is one of my goals. And I believe that our children and grandchildren will thank us for cutting down on fossil fuel pollution as fast as we can and using electric cars and solar panels. But I want to tell you there's another energy Georgia Power does not take full advantage of, and that's the power of energy efficiency. We have homes, especially in South Georgia, that use electric strip heat. When I worked in an HVAC company, I designed some units that had electric strip heat in them. And they say, oh, but it's 100% efficient. But as an engineer, I'll tell you, I can get you a heat pump that's 300% or 400% efficient. You can literally get a lot more energy by moving it around than by just turning the electric electrons into heat. And so we can do better is my message. And if Georgia Power spent more of its efforts in helping its customers reduce their need, Georgia Power could reduce its needs for new power plants. And that would, I think, would help us a lot. I mean, one example, LED lights which now are everywhere. They're just so much more efficient than the lights we had before. And again, as a mechanical engineer, we have improved and made much more efficient cooling systems. So I would love it if the commission would require Georgia Power to have a larger share of energy conservation programs, energy efficiency programs. And one more idea for you. I got a solar panel system in 2019, and I put a battery in my basement then. And I would be happy to share that with Georgia Power, and many of my neighbors would too, if it would help them to not build another plant. So use our batteries, use electric car batteries. I mean, DeKalb County has over 100 trucks now. They were buying 100 Ford F-150s, and they just sit parked nights and weekends in a county facility, and Georgia Power could draw off those batteries in cases of great need and just refill it later. So I think we're not doing enough with those either. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate your willingness to listen to us and interact with us, and great thing. Thank you.
Enjoyed meeting with you the other day, Mr. Slack. Neil Sardana, followed by Brittany Burns.
Hello, commissioners. How you're all doing this morning? Thank you for having me. I'll be speaking today on behalf of myself as a resident of the state of Georgia, and also as a part of the People's Campaign. So I'm here obviously concerned about the massive proposal of about 10 gigawatts of energy that Georgia Power is proposing, primarily fueled by data center growth here in the state of Georgia. Now, a big concern about this is, there's a lot of talk of us being in an AI bubble right now. Many financial experts are saying that we're heading towards a very kind of overvalued situation, with the Magnificent Seven currently experiencing a 70x price to earnings ratio. And to me, it just seems absolutely imprudent that this commission, whose job is to insulate the state of Georgia and its residents and its companies from risk, is actually going forward in considering this extremely risky proposal that will wrap us directly into this bubble and put everyone's livelihood at risk. The bubble as of right now is estimated to be about 17 times greater than the previous .com bubble, and even 4 times greater than the subprime mortgage crisis. And we all know that those had devastating consequences for our economy and the people who were living through it. And if Georgia Power is allowed to go through with this plan, it just spreads that risk throughout your entire energy infrastructure. And that's something you're literally legally obligated to not allow. Your job is to protect customers, protect Georgians from these types of risks. And introducing 10 gigawatts worth of energy based on speculative growth demand that Georgia Power is claiming is highly irresponsible. Our lives and depend on the system to work properly. But when speculation that's driving this data center boom is the basis for all these decisions, it's really irresponsible, and it's going to have devastating consequences. A bubble that bursts like that will put every one of our jobs at risk. It could probably even put y'all's jobs at risk. Even that's how potentially devastating it could be. So I know all the climate concerns that people have. All about the data center concerns people have. Data centers are poisoning people's water. They're poisoning our air. They're making it these communities that people are having to live in around, much more low valued. I went and did a tour of Data Center Alley in Virginia. It's literally displacing people from their homes to make room for the AI, just as AI is displacing people from their jobs. This is not a future we can afford. You know that clean energy is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. Are we going to wait until Savannah is underwater, or are we going to prepare and make that transition before? So I absolutely urge you to make the right decision, to bring Georgia Power to a point of responsible planning, not speculative, kind of profit motivations, and like bring everyone together so that we can do this in the right way. This is, this 10 gigawatt energy plan is absolutely insane. And I think we all know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Brittany Burns. Oh, good to see you again. Yes, ma'am. Deidre Johnson. Was there anyone else that came in after the sign up sheet that wanted to speak? All right, well, what we'll do is we will take a about a 10-minute break and let the IT get set up and get the panel brought forward, and we'll continue after that with the hearing. Thank y'all. Yep. All right, let's continue where we left off with this being the second day of the hearings on docket numbers 56298 and docket number 56310. We've called for appearances. We've heard from public witnesses. We've got the panel in place. Panel, I'd like to remind y'all that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And we'll begin where we left off yesterday. The next party to be up is Georgia Interfaith Power and Light. Mr. Sheriff, how are you this morning?
I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panel, I'm Bob Sherrier. I'm here on behalf of Gipple and South Face. And let's see y'all. I'd like to start with what Georgia Power is calling the supplemental resources. And this is about 2 gigawatts that's not part of the all source RFP. So it's 5 PPAs for batteries with NextEra, 1 self-build battery, a PPA with Tenaska for about 945 megawatts, and then a 1-year 50 megawatt PPA with Mississippi Power. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're asking the commission to exempt these resources from the rules designed to protect customers, the RFP rules. Mr. Grubb, yesterday you used the 2023 IRP update as an analogy, but we can agree that this proceeding is not an IRP, correct?
No, but my point on the IRP update was we identified resources to meet customer needs when we did not have time to do an RFP and use the exemptions at that point. And so the same point here is that, again, we don't have enough resources from the RFP, so using those exemptions again. And I know you mentioned that the RFP rules are meant to protect customers, and that is indeed correct, but the supplemental resources and the IRP update were also cost-effective resources for customers.
Georgia Power hasn't filed an update or an amendment to the IRP in this proceeding, has it?
No, I mean, we just finished the 2025 IRP that showed capacity needs. We've updated the capacity needs, which is required when we file certification. And so we've updated and provided all the information needed to support a resource certification, which is load forecast update, capacity needs, all the economic evaluations of the resources, and all the contracts and work papers behind our analysis and the resources.
Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Kamani approach?
Sure.
We're going to be handing you what has been marked as Gipple South Face Exhibit 1. And it is Georgia Power's response to staff's data request PIA 4-4.
Yes, I see that. It's 4-4.
And this response describes when the supplemental resources were identified. And so it says on December 11th of 2024, NextEra approached Georgia Power about these best resources.
Yes, I'll let Ms. Curlow speak to that a little bit or add to this. They were approaching us around some comments regarding some of our other RFPs. And so that was some of the first contact where we had with them. And then as we state later, as we determined that we needed some supplemental resources, we continued that engagement and more on the lines of a capacity RFP than we did a renewable RFP. But it's still a battery discussion that we were having with them.
That's correct. Yep. It was on the heels of the CARES 23 RFP and sort of some feedback, moderated feedback around that.
Yeah, and Mr. Grubb, you just referred to it, but the response also mentions that Georgia Power knew that it needed resources outside of an RFP by at least January 16th of this year. You filed the IRP on January 31st. That need and these resources weren't in the IRP, were they?
They were not sought in the IRP, but we mentioned in at least 3 locations in the IRP and once in the TWIG certification that we would need. We were identifying other resources if the RFPs were insufficient. So the IRP, the 25 IRP, had 3 notices that we were looking at other resources to fill that need. We didn't request it in the IRP because it was going to be supplementing this certification, is why we're seeking certification in this proceeding.
The response refers to the fact that the Tenaska CTs bid into the all source RFP. And it says Georgia Power reached out to Tenaska on Valentine's Day this year. Tenasco was a bidder. Did you reach out through the independent evaluator?
So the Tenasco was released from the all source RFP back in November because they were requesting non-conforming red lines to our commission approved documents that were standard for the all source RFP. So they were released from the RFP. So once that bidder was released from the RFP, the conversations with them don't have to be moderated by the IE. We did make the independent evaluator aware that we were reaching out to them, but he had no concern since it was outside of the RFP process.
Who else did you reach out to? Other bidders, the CARES bidders?
We looked at other potential supplemental resources, within the market and some other best locations, but they didn't come to fruition. So we're not going to disclose those parties, but we did consider other resources, but we were trying to identify enough to meet the needs, which this portfolio does. So we did have conversations with other parties.
But you can't disclose what type of resources they were?
No, they were, I mean, it was kind of across the board. It was, are there other areas where we could do a best co-located with solar? And then if there were any other market resources in the area, which there are not many, but we did consider others. But as we identified Tenasco and NextEra, we focused on them because we felt that there was an opportunity to execute contracts to bring to this commission along with this file.
Well, what about Mississippi Power?
So we had discussions with them during that same time frame. As you know, commissioners, we've got the PPA that you all approved in the 2023 RP update, where we look at system length. And so as we were looking at the all source and the results, Mississippi had some system length, but they too are seeing growth. And so we had discussion with them as we were identifying supplemental resources.
So these supplemental resources are proposed to meet a need that starts in the winter of 2027-28. Under the February 2025 load forecast, what was in place around the time of these conversations, the need for that year was about 150 megawatts. Did Georgia Power consider the proposed DSM case in the IRP to meet this demand?
So you said, could you tell me the need number again and what your source is for that? Just make sure we're looking at the right one.
February 25 load forecast from the IRP.
For the IRP, I don't have that with me.
Subject to check. Would you accept that number?
Yeah, subject to check.
Did Georgia Power consider the DSM proposed case as a way to meet the need identified here?
The proposed case from the 2025 IRP?
Yes.
Well, most of that is energy efficiency. In that case, there are some other programs in there, but it is underlying the assumptions here is the final, not the proposed case, but the approved case is reflected in the load forecast here that Mr. Valiant and team did. But we did not look at the proposed pace to meet these needs. Again, that's energy efficiency, which is a different resource type than looking for dispatchable capacity. And so we did not specifically look at it for that.
Well, some kinds of DSM are dispatchable though, right?
That's right. And the thermostat program that shows an increase is included in the capacity needs that we're showing. So we are growing demand response and demand side measures, which are reflected in the needs charts. But we still needed dispatchable capacity resources to meet our needs.
But the planning needs chart that you're aiming at, the target that comes out of that includes adjustments for the DSM programs that aren't dispatchable though too, right?
Yes, Commissioner, from a forecasting perspective, we first identify the load that we need to serve, and then we incorporate the DSM programs and reduce the load. In the case of the February sensitivity, we incorporated what was approved in the previous IRP by this commission because we didn't want to front run any decision. But now in the budget 2026, since we have the outcome of the 2025 IRP, we incorporated what it was approved in the 2025 IRP into this latest forecast.
What's the status of the demand response programs that are available to data centers?
So can you clarify which programs you're referring to?
Curtailable load, the large customer resiliency one.
We had 3 that came out of the 2023 RP update. And then we have one, the LCOR program at 2025 IRP. So right now we're having discussions with customers on those. No one has executed or selected those programs at this time. And so we're optimistic that we'll sign some of those up, but at this point, we don't have any that have executed. So in these capacity needs, we don't show any capacity from those programs, but we do expect to get some down the road, and we'll update the plan at that time.
Do you expect to get them before the winter of 2027, 2028?
Not sure. It's going to depend on when their load's ramping up and those types of things. But again, even if we with expecting it's not enough, we've got to know that we've got an executed contract there. So if we get those, then we would adjust the plans going forward. But we can't plan on participation in those programs until we have that participation and it's certified by the commission, those contracts.
Thank you. Looking at the self-build facilities, Georgia Power is asking the commission to certify. There's 5 units at 3 combined cycle facilities and 12 battery facilities, one of which is a supplemental resource. Do I have that right?
I believe, yeah. So there are 5 combined cycles at 3 sites, and then the rest is corrected.
Am I right that Georgia Power is asking for certification of the self-build batteries as a portfolio and of the self-build methane combined cycle units as a portfolio rather than certifying the cost of each resource?
That's correct. We provided the cost for each resource, but being consistent with how we've done other programs or certifications such as the 765 megawatts of batteries and a lot of our former solar sites that we built. The portfolio is how we will manage those projects, and panel 2 can speak a little more exactly how they manage the construction of those projects as a portfolio. But yes, we're requesting certification of a portfolio that covers the 5 combined cycles, and then a portfolio that covers the BESS and the BESS plus solar company-owned resources.
So for the CCs, they would all be under one certified dollar amount. And if all the projects together come in under that amount, then Georgia Power would say those construction costs have been approved by the commission.
That is the request of the portfolio. As the commission knows, we provide construction monitoring with all the details of those projects, and we have filed cost by project, but it's more efficient for us to manage and report out on those portfolios because they're all being developed together by the same team. So there's efficiencies that can be gained there. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't cut you off. Well, let's say the combined cycle project at Plant McIntosh is under budget and the units at Plant Bowen are over budget. Instead of passing along the savings from the under budget projects to customers, those savings would go to the overspending on another project?
Well, so first off, we get only recovered for cost of what we spend. And so the commission will have sight into all of those different projects and what we spend on one. But yes, it's a portfolio request, but then there are also opportunities that panel 2 can speak to more clearly on how you can more efficiently build the whole site of plants when you're able to treat it like a portfolio. And also the reporting of it and all those types of things. There are savings that you can recognize by designing it, and I mean, it's constructing it and managing it as a portfolio.
But you did say yes, that those savings on one under budget project, customers wouldn't see that. They would, if there's an overrun on another project.
No, the customers are going to pay for whatever those facilities cost. Could you shift efforts to help one that was having some cost pressures versus other? Yes, and that's what panel 2 can speak to more clearly, but we will get recovery of our costs that we spend on all those resources. It's just an opportunity to manage it as a portfolio.
In the main panel's testimony, this is shifting gears a little bit. At page 27, on lines 5 through 11, page 27.
5 through 11, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
You say that Georgia Power proposes to recover the costs through base rates, and that regulatory treatment for these units will be consistent with the current treatment of Georgia Power's existing owned retail generation facilities. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, I mean, what we're saying is we're not looking for any different treatment here than we've always had. And so construction costs would go to base rates. And then operating expenses would go into retail cost of service. That all gets accommodated and taken into account in ASR filings and rate case proceedings. As this commissioner knows, there's no rate increase through 2028. So these costs would go into rate base if they close before the end of those times. But really the point here is just being consistent with how we've always done it. We're not asking for any kind of different accounting treatment.
So it's not like a cost of service allocation statement. It's about generally how you would treat these costs.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. So it will go into the cost of service. All those details will be available in, rate case and cost recovery proceedings. It's not dictating any type of cost of service allocation. It will just be included with all of our other costs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask y'all about one of the more troubling filings in these dockets. Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Kamani may approach.
Sure.
This is Georgia Power's responses to staff data requests, PIA 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3.
Okay.
And it asks about revenue requirements and revenues for the next 15 years. And so these questions from staff asked about large load customers with a contract demand of at least 100 megawatts. That's the threshold for the large load contracting requirements, right?
That's correct.
In PIA 7-1 and 7-2, staff asked for forecasted revenue requirements for the next 15 years. That's the length of the new contracts.
I can't speak to why they asked. I mean, there are some 15-year contracts, but you're talking about the contracts for resources?
The large load contracts. The new ones.
I don't know what the exact terms are. I know 15 is an option. I'm not sure that they've all been 15, but yeah, but they did ask for 2025 through 2040 for revenue requirements.
Well, your answer only provides, looks at 5 years. Why only 5?
Well, so because this is not a rate case proceeding, and we don't forecast out all revenue requirements for the company through 2040. And we also don't have it with or without certain customer classes, which is addressed in the response. So the company does not have a revenue forecast through 2040 with and without certain class of customers. And so what we did here, though, is we did provide what we could provide, which is the revenue requirements of the resources in this case that we're requesting and compared to revenues from the large loads. But this question is asking for basically what amounts to a full-on rate case analysis through 2040 across 2 different types of customer classes. And so we do not have that information, but we did provide what we could to give some indication of the revenue requirements in this case versus large load revenues. We have filed all the revenue requirements for these resources in the certification, but we don't, in resource certification, just like in IRPs, we don't have a revenue forecast as part of that. We're looking at the resources needed to meet customers' needs, the revenue requirements for that, but we don't look at a cost recovery and revenue forecast for those.
So even for the resources here, you only provided just the 5 years, though. I guess I'm asking why 5 years when staff asked for 15.
I mean, that gets us through.
It goes to 2030.
Yeah, I think
and some of these come online in 2031.
Time that we had the information for in revenues, and so it's just an indication of by the time that most of these projects close into services by into 2030. So by capturing 26 through 30, we're getting all the revenue requirements for these resources because they all close before January of 2031. So that's why that time frame was selected.
Yeah, as Mr. Grubb mentioned, commissioners, we did provide a full
revenue requirement projection for every facility that was included in the filing, in the certification documents and the work papers for some other DRs. So there's a full view of the revenue requirements for this facility provided in the materials. And one other thing, Mr. Sherry, we were saying that it was for 100 megawatts. We do note that the revenues are for the 45 megawatt or greater industrial and 115 for commercial, which is part of our large load report condition. So not exactly just the 100 megawatts. We just want to make sure that that was on record.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about that. The one thing you mentioned was you say in this response, and you said that Georgia Power doesn't have revenue requirements with and without large load customers. They don't have that information.
So Mr. Valier can help me here. What we don't have is a load forecast that is completely split up by class with revenue forecasts. Or we don't have a plan that doesn't include our load forecast. So this is asking about excluding large load customers. We do not have a forecast that excludes large load customers. So we couldn't provide that information.
And I can add from a revenue requirement perspective, I'm not an expert on that. These are provide revenues, but not revenue requirements. And because this is not a rate case, it's not something that is being done now. I cannot speak about, how these revenue requirements are broken down. But like Mr. Graff was mentioning, we didn't have them broken down. That's what we didn't provide.
But you are determining the revenue requirements for the costs caused by the large loads, right?
In what format? We are for contracts and those types of things, yes. But for this certification, these resources are serving all customers. And so the revenue requirements are for all the resources. We're not reflecting revenues in what we're filing because that revenue forecast, cost allocation, and all those types of things are rate case proceedings, not certification requests or IRPs. And that's been the case for decades.
So you do have the revenue requirements with and without large load customers, just didn't provide them here?
No, we don't have them for the full customer classes out through 2040. Yeah, but just to be clear again, we provided the full revenue requirements of the cost of these resources in the filing. Independent of revenue projections, the revenue requirements, the cost-based revenue requirements for the portfolio that we're seeking certification is full, detailed, provided in the certification materials and was used for the evaluation for the RFP and the supplemental resources.
On PIA 7.3, it's the third page here. This does ask for the forecasted revenues associated with large load customers for the next 15 years. Here too, it stops in 2030. It only provides 5 years instead of 15. Doesn't Georgia Power have at least a 10-year plan for revenues?
Again, I think part of this, and let me read it. It's been a little bit since I've looked at it. Again, I think what we're providing here through 2030 is because, again, that's when the revenue requirements for these resources go into effect, and we're showing those revenue requirements for the portfolio. We don't have what was specifically asked by staff, by the way, the different ways that they're wanting it to be separated out. So again, we're not hiding anything here in terms of revenue requirements for these resources. And I can't speak to the details of how the rules and regs are done, but we have mechanisms for calculating that. What we're saying here is these questions are really getting at a rate case type look all the way through 2040, split up by customer classes in a way in which we do not have them. We do not have the full on rate case type cost recovery analysis out through 2040, and we don't have it for if we do or do not have certain classes of customers. So what we did do is, since we didn't have that, is we sought to provide some manner of information, which is the 5 years in which these projects close and go into plant and service, and what those revenue requirements are, and revenues from the large load customers for that period of time.
Georgia Power does have a 10-year plan for revenues though, right? So you said that in another document.
Yeah.
Why does Georgia Power's response here use 115 megawatts for commercial customers and 45 megawatts for industrial customers when these questions are about the large load rules that cut off at 100?
Because that, from a forecasting standpoint, that is how those are evaluated. So the large load model and the load reserve model, the load model, the large load model, Mr. Valier does, is based on 45 and 115, not 100. So we do not have a revenue forecast for just 100 megawatt and above customers as an overall revenue forecast.
And it notes in the bottom of the response of PIA 7-1, that's consistent with how we file the quarterly large load report. So that would be why we broke it up in that manner, and not the 100 megawatts as you asked about.
Well, it's that staff asked about it.
Staff asked about it. So we did not have exactly the manner of analysis that staff is requesting. And so we provided what we could, which was the 5 years of revenue requirements from these resources. And again, all the revenue requirements for the entire portfolio for the whole, both filings has been provided.
Why is the threshold different? Why is it 115 in one place and 100 in another?
So different purposes, Commissioner. So the threshold of materiality that we introduced in the forecast was chosen to prevent from double counting what is naturally happening in the organic part of the forecast versus what we have as an external adjustment. So we pick a threshold large enough to avoid that double counting. And then the additional protections that happen as a result of rules and regulations were chosen with a different level because they have different purposes. And so I can speak for the forecast, and it's been a threshold that allow us to identify specific customers that go into this external adjustment to the organic forecast.
And to Mr. Valier's point, the 100 megawatts in rules and regs was determined after we had already done the 45 and 115. And that's just based on, we weren't part of those discussions on determining 100 megawatts, but you're really just trying to identify, regardless of industrial, commercial, 100 megawatts and more, and the volume of loads that we saw there were the main drivers for investments that we needed to have that further protection from rules and regs.
How many projects are we talking about that are in this 100 to 115 megawatt range?
Don't have that in front of me, but I don't think there are very many. I can provide that information if
Would you?
detail. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
When you say very many, is that less than 25 or is that?
I would, so subject to check, I can't recall it from memory, but I would say less than 10. I would really like to look and provide that specific information rather than guess it. But I don't remember it being a large number.
Mr. Looney, looking at the reserve margin study, you say Georgia Power's run what you call calibrations on that, adding 5 gigawatts of high load factor load to the model, removing that load from the seasonal adjustments. This was a recommendation of Gipple and South Space's expert, Ms. Hotailing, in the IRP, right?
So just to be clear, we have not conducted a new reserve margin study since the IRP was filed earlier this year. And as it was discussed in the IRP, we were not segregating large loads from other load classes in our reserve margin study. It was suggested by several interested parties that that's something that we should consider. And that is something that we're considering, but it would be implemented if chosen in the next IRP, and we would work with commission staff. I think we agreed to have some discussions in the stipulation to work towards the appropriate way to represent those loads.
Where did the 5 GW number come from in the calibrations that you ran?
Can you clarify which calibrations you're referencing so I can be clear on that?
Yeah, we don't have the
Yes.
25 IRP reserve margin study with us since it's not part of the case.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
That's PO
The DR
one
from this
12.
Okay.
It says that the calibrations were run with 5,000 megawatts. Where did that number come from?
You have another copy? You don't? Okay,
Yeah, sorry.
just checking.
Yeah. The response to this DR that references the calibration speaks to updated needs charts. As we were trying to make sure we were representing this capacity appropriately needs charts, we've started looking at the implementation of large loads as a segregated load class in the reserve margin study type of work. And I think 5,000 megawatts was just an estimate. I mean, our 2024 reserve margin study, the study year was 2029. And so we were just estimating in kind of a round number how much large data center load could be online in that 2029, 2030 timeframe. And so 5,000 megawatts was just an estimate that we used based on some conversations with our load forecasting group. Again, not necessarily an indication of what we may do in the 2027 reserve margin study, but as is kind of prudent and was discussed in the 2025 IRP, we're working towards generating a recommendation that will work with commission staff on before that reserve margin study.
Did it have a measurable effect, these calibrations? Like, did you see 50 megawatt differences, 200 megawatt differences?
My recollection is that it did not have a measurable effect on metrics like loss of load expectation. You have some offsetting interactions when you segregate load. We treated that load as non-weather dependent. So when temperatures got cold or hot, that load didn't change. But the offsetting is that it has a high energy demand in all hours. So it puts more energy burden on the system. And so some of these counteracting measures really don't provide a significant change in metrics like loss of load expectation. But again, this is some real preliminary work that we were trying to be transparent about, particularly in response to the discussions we had in the IRP. And we're committed to seeing that through in the next reserve margin study.
Just to follow up real quick, we said it was offset because the load stayed high. The load didn't go down in the winter? Isn't that what's expected from data centers?
Our understanding of data center load is that the majority of the load is computational driven, which is not weather dependent at all. And then that a subset of the load is cooling load, which may have some reduction in the winter. And that's a piece that we're still trying to make sure that we understand. And so for what we did in this initial sensitivities, it was just flat load in all hours. If it got hotter, it stayed flat. If it got colder, it stayed flat. And so it's like we said, it's an initial sensitivity that we have to refine for the 2027 reserve margin study.
Thank you. I want to shift to the probabilities that you're using in the load realization model. I had to rewrite some of these after yesterday, Mr. Vaya, especially with P1 here. Because in your file testimony, you referred to P1 as whether the customer will select Georgia. Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Kamani approach again?
Yes, sir.
And so this is, we're handing you will be marked as GPL South Face Exhibit 3. It is Georgia Power's response to data request PIA-5-2. as revised yesterday morning. It also includes Georgia Power's response to hearing request 2-1 from the 2025 IRP filed on July 11th. And so in these responses, the customer in the pipeline gets 50% chance of P1 if they have no legal rights to the property where they're proposing a new large load.
Is either, commissioners, is either no proof of site control for data centers or no site identification for industrial customers. So this errata that we filed yesterday was introduced because when we answered the question on this data request initially, we were thinking about data centers. As you know, majority of the growth is coming from data centers, so it's easy for us to start thinking only on data centers. And then later, we realized that we answered the question a little bit too narrowly, and so that's where we supplemented and we provided the errata to clarify. So just to provide some context, and so the definition of P1, the definition of site control, is either provided or identified by the customer if it's an industrial customer with a specific site that we can use to further study the customer on a technical basis, or after rules and regs, the data centers need to create proof and provide us with an affidavit for site control. And if they don't have it, yes, we penalize them with a lower probability of success.
So this proof of site control gets you to 100% on P1, and that can be complete ownership, fee simple ownership of the site, or it can be just an option for a lease or a license, right?
Yes, and that, commissioners, I wouldn't say just an option, just a lease. Any type of site control that is enforceable gives our customers the right of using that land for their development. So the choice of type of site control is a strategic choice, not a lack of commitment. So as long as they secure it with any instrument and provide us with that information, we consider that they have cleared the hurdle of site identification, site control, and they're ready to be evaluated in the technical review process. So that's a simple type progression. You know, if you remember the funneling diagram that we have provided before, you know, that is basically the first step in the stages of this funnel going forward.
I missed out when you said they secure. Who is they?
They is customers.
The
Yes.
customer.
Yes, so data center commissioners, as of this year, as of May of this year, we have placed a requirement for data centers, it's not for everybody, data centers, to provide us with an affidavit of site control. And that is typically done at the very beginning of the conversation. Once they move from interacting with our state of Georgia Department of Economic Development, and they come to us, Georgia Power, for technical evaluations, we require a lot of documents. One of them is proof of site control. For a data center that does not provide us with that, we discount it and we don't clear them until they give us that assurance.
At that time, has the data center acquired some kind of option on the property that has to be in place before?
Yes, the property gets evaluated internally
Internally
for
by Georgia Power?
Georgia Power, yes.
Okay.
So our experts.
I'm just trying to put all these little dots together.
Yeah,
if you
yes,
don't mind.
absolutely. And so it's, you know, with the level of activity, you would imagine, you know, that there's a lot of sites being identified. So it's our obligation to look at what the customers provide, right? And if the site is let's say it's bought or it's leased next to a school zone, and we know that it's not a good site and it's not going to get the zoning permission, we approach the customer back. There is an interaction, right? And we tell them, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to move you through the process because your site specific doesn't meet the basic criteria. So It's not just the identification, it's not just the contract or the option or the lease. It's also the conversation and the internal assessment of viability that we do for every customer. Does that help?
So Commissioner, what Mr. Valley is speaking to is these are customers that are in the forecast that don't yet have a contract. And so we're looking at what is the risk of whether they completely, go through the whole process and sign with us. And so if someone has site control, it's more likely that they'll continue and be part of the load that we need to plan for and serve. And so what we don't do is distinguish between the type of ownership or site control, whether it's ownership or lease, which is consistent with what we do in RFPs. So if a developer is required in RFPs to show site control, any of these forms counts as site control in an RFP as well. So we're consistent.
The backbone of all of this is the whole harmless, our current regulations. Correct.
Yeah, so Mr. Valier is capturing customers that have not yet executed the contract and what the risk is so that we're conservative in the load forecast that we're trying to bring forward and serve.
And something, commissioners, to reinforce is that the likelihood of a project gets determined by several factors. And only when we look at all of these factors, we get a full picture of the likelihood of the project. So the fact that they have cleared the first stage is just that. It doesn't automatically give them higher likelihood. Is the combination of everything that we are required them to provide us to do the assessment. If they buy land, but they don't give us a signed non-disclosure agreement, they're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to let them progress to the pipeline. Same thing with site control. There's multiple levels of documentation that now we enforce that were not necessary before. Now, we're trying to create more discipline, right? Within our approach, we're in a constant state of evolution where we're looking at, okay, what we have, is it enough or not? And so that's what we have been incorporating new requirements for customers.
So you'd already answered my question, Mr. Grove, about was it consistent with the same, language that we use for RFPs, but you may not be able to answer this, but I'm assuming that's been the ideology on the RFPs for a long time.
Great.
As far as establishing site control, has that worked? Has there ever been a project on an RFP for a project that was chosen that then later on they could not establish that site
I
control?
let Ms. Curlow come here. I'm not aware of one, Commissioner. I mean, I think the point of site control in an RFP is just to make sure that they truly can develop the project. And then there's contractual incentives to make them continue forward and actually own that or control that site to build the project there. I don't know that we've had site control discussions, but I'm not sure we've ever kicked them out. But there have been some who have failed to demonstrate it. But that's not a difference between the method of ownership or control. It's just control.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so that's part of our conforming check of all of the bids that we received very early on in the RFP. Conforming means that they must have that form of site control. So just being consistent about what we see in the RFP and these customers, these large loads. I don't know if we've failed to have someone come through. I don't have that information, but we could check.
But you're not going to execute a contract with a 1,000 megawatt customer until you know they've got site.
That's right. And so again, what we're talking about here, Mr. Valier can chime in here, is the forecast treatment of these customers before they sign a contract. Once they sign a contract, then these P1, P2s, and P3s don't matter anymore. So it's the interim step between they've approached the state until a contract.
So if they don't establish the definition of site control under the metrics that you've used, did those automatically get put in that hold column that you mentioned yesterday? There's 17 gigawatts of projects that are in that.
So if that could be a trigger. So if they don't provide that affidavit for site control, first they get a warning, we get a conversation with the customer. And then if we don't hear, on a timely manner, we put them on hold, we inform them that they get on hold. And then based on the reasons and the conversations that they give us, if they still don't comply, like those 10 gigawatts that were kicked out of the pipeline for the budget 2026, they get withdrawn. that space get clear out for other customers to join our technical evaluation.
Get in line, huh?
Yep,
That's right.
absolutely. Yep.
So there is a line.
There is a line.
There is a line and then there is an active pipeline management that we do. It is very important, to ensure that we have the right type of customers making progress to the different stages of technical review, not just any customer. And so that's part of the obligation and part of the responsibility of our companies and in the interaction, right, that we have with customers to assess that.
I don't know, there's 4 data centers that are in the pipeline now contributing to the load forecast that don't have site control.
Where did you get? You said 4?
Yeah, that was in the filing yesterday.
Okay.
I believe.
Yes, so commissioners, give me just a second to,
On the legacy data centers.
yes, so in this list, we have some customers, some data centers that were in the pipeline before these new rules and regulation requirements. But we are asking them to now comply. So we are basically bringing everybody to the same new standard. And so timing is of an essence. So there are a couple that don't have their data centers and don't have the site control.
And you'd agree there's different levels of risk for a developer, different amount of skin in the game between owning a site and having an option for a lease, right?
I disagree with that statement. So whatever the instrument that the customer chooses to do, that instrument gives them legal rights to do their development. So Commissioner, when a customer decides to explore and have conversations with Georgia Power, we ask for collaterals upfront. We ask for a series of commitments. And so for them not to have something solid, it's something that wouldn't pass any rationale, right? So for us, it's not a matter of level of commitment. It's just proof that they have identified a site and they're ready to keep having conversations for technical evaluations. Doesn't mean that a customer with a purchased land is more likely than other. The likelihood gets determined based on the individual commitments, right?
That degree of commitment, 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
What's 1, 2, 3?
So the commitment 1, the P1, is the site identification or site control. That's think about in that funnel diagram, think about customer jumping through different hurdles, right? P1 is the first hurdle that gets clear. So once it gets clear, that P1 gets 100%. It's no longer a risk.
So are you going to pick the state? Is that
Yes. Yes. The next one is the likelihood of signing a contract with Georgia Power. They have identified a site in the state of Georgia, but they could be talking with EMCs. They could be talking, not just with us. And so the likelihood of signing a contract depends on their activities, depends on how do we see them and how do we measure their progress according to our internal stages of review. And so the more stages, the more hurdles they have to clear, the lower that P2 likelihood of signing a contract is. And then the next one, the final, is a P3 probability. It's a likelihood, something like that we introduce in the model to account for situations like Rivian, right? Rivian stopped operation. Now they're back in business, but they were experiencing some financial distress. And so it's reasonable to put something there. That's the third factor.
Do they fall under the new rules when they come back in, or will they grandfather in on the first access?
Rivian is not our customer, but if something like that would have happened, Well, it really depends. So if a customer is in the pipeline and all of a sudden fail to keep making progress, we will be growing. And then if they want to come back, they need to start, they need to get back in line. And they need to start providing us with everything again. And now if they start today from scratch, they need to comply with the new rules and regulations, the new conditions.
If we had a data center that's been in existence for 2 years now, and then they want to expand, do they have to expand under the new rules of 2025, or do they expand under the rules of 2023?
That is a great question, Commissioner, and it's something that I'm not completely aware of the contract details. Because there is a contract in place, right? And so how that expansion is treated, I'm not completely.
Well, if you need an opinion, it ought to be under the new rules.
Sorry?
Yeah. I think if we were able to do that, and we're not saying we aren't, we're not familiar with that under the current contract, I think we would be in the same. We'll check.
Before looking at P2, that second one of moving through the rest of the review process, why does that decision get an entire probability? And then P2 has all these other steps, but P1 is just, do you have a lease?
Yes, because so the load realization model evaluates the progress of customers through stages. So it's a very novel approach that has been taking a lot of attention from other jurisdictions, because in other jurisdictions, they just have a simple probability and they just have a simple number. In Georgia, what we are doing is we're looking at their progress. And so it's 100% when they have cleared that stage. In the same way that, P2 becomes 100% when they sign the contract. So there is a measurable action, there is progression, and only when that decision is clear, there is no longer a risk. There is no longer uncertainty. And because there is no longer uncertainty, the likelihood is 100% for that particular thing. Again, there are more elements within the LRM, but that particular element within the whole framework for that customer gets 100%.
Is Georgia Power aware of the news out of Ohio earlier this month that their pipeline of data center demand got cut in half after its tariff took effect?
I'm not aware of that specific.
Not aware.
I would say that, and Mr. Valle can speak to this, from the February, I've got this, from the last two forecasts, the pipeline, I think it was February, from the IRP forecast to the February, the pipeline doubled in Georgia, but our load forecast did not, because we were capturing the impacts of our rules and regs. So I don't know the tariff in Ohio is the same condition, but we are capturing that in our pipeline and our forecast as well.
Yeah. So Mr. Grubb's point is correct. So we have not seen, if you compare the pipeline between 2025 and 2026, the budgets, we have not seen a single year of decline. But the forecast is lower because now we have more stringent set of conditions. We have more megawatts in the low likelihood bucket. Now, to the point of the question about pipeline reductions, I would say because of our more stringent set of conditions, it wouldn't surprise me if we have reductions of the pipeline. Those reductions of the pipeline would be okay. And they would be okay because they should be accompanied over time with customer progression. So as if, in the hypothetical scenario that the pipeline goes down, we also should see more customers signing contracts, which give more certainty and more likelihood to the forecast. So these two factors should offset each other. Now, which one will be larger than the other one? We will have to wait for the data to tell us, what would be the amount. But if we were to experience a pipeline reduction, I don't think it's a problem for our planning process.
I would encourage council to read the Ohio tariff. The Ohio tariff is very specific. It's different than the Georgia rules on data centers. It's very specific to the PJM market, where they are seeing, with the exception of Virginia, a decline in data center activity due to interconnection issues in PJM.
Thank you. So as we get more information from these projects, you expect the pipeline to shrink and to remove projects that can't comply with the rules?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if projects don't comply, we will be disciplined about it and we will kick them out of the pipeline. Now, you have to also consider that we have had more customers joining the pipeline, so that momentum has not slowed down. So there is not an expectation. I cannot speculate on what the pipeline would be. You know, our commitment with this commissioner have been since the beginning of this low realization model in the 2023 IRP update is to reflect the information available in front of us from the customers that are requesting service. And so we will continue to reflect that snapshot as it changes over time.
But your testimony, Mr. Valle, on page 15, you say that there are projects that don't comply with this commission's rules that are still in the pipeline.
Did you say 15 in his testimony, right?
Yes, page 15, lines 19 through 20. There's projects that do not comply with commission-approved rules and regulations have been withdrawn, as you say, but also placed on hold. So still in the pipeline, still contributing to your load projections.
Yes, that is correct. So projects that do not comply have two options. So we either withdraw them completely, or we give them an opportunity to be on hold. And one thing to remember, to be mindful, is that being in a category on hold is almost as being withdrawn, because the amount of recognition of that on hold project into the overall forecast is very, very small. We're talking about a very small probability, but it is there to account that some of those customers that are on hold, they respond. So once we tell them, hey, listen, we need this information. If you don't comply, we're going to kick you out of the queue. You're going to have to start from scratch. They do, some of them, they do come back to and provide us what we need. And so they go from on hold to being active or open again.
And there's 17 gigawatts on hold. That's more than a third of the entire pipeline, right?
As of mid-August, yeah, that was the case.
How many of the on hold gigawatts are on hold because they're not in compliance with commission rules?
I don't have that information because the reasons vary. The reasons could be as simple as a customer not being willing to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They could get on hold for that. They could get on hold for not having progress on zoning approvals. The reasons can be various. So, and we don't track the specific from a forecasting perspective.
One could be they just haven't shown progress, right? We had discussions with them, and then we don't have a lot of progress in 6 months or so. So it's not that they won't comply with the rules, but they just haven't shown progress. And to Chairman Shaw's point, it really is like we have resources. There's a certain amount of load that we can serve. And so as these customers sign, if you aren't progressing, then the odds of you signing are getting less. So that's what Mr. Valle is captured in his forecast.
Looking at projects on the other end of the spectrum, I guess, ones that have signed a request for service. All of those were signed before the new rules and regs took effect, right?
Not all of them. I think we have about 2 gigawatts that were signed as of, and I'm thinking as of today, sorry.
Okay.
So between August and now, we have about 2 gigawatts of additional RFSs.
And you can still sign an RFS and be under 100 megawatts and still be under contracts, or you need to sign a contract, but it's not the same as the rules and regs for over 100 megawatts. So just RFSs aren't just for people over 100 megawatts.
Yes. I'm talking about the ones that have RFSs that are in the large load forecast, the load realization model. Setting aside the ones that you haven't updated yet publicly. Those other customers that have signed to RFS, they signed before the new requirements, before collateral was required to sign an RFS, right?
Some of them, yes, absolutely.
Have any of them gotten to that point now? Have they put up collateral now?
So this recent customers that have signed, this 2 gigawatts that I mentioned, yes, the new requirement for signing an RFS is that they have to post collateral, yes.
What about the ones that signed before that?
I'm not aware of the details on those, unfortunately.
But again, an RFS is a binding agreement that if they do build in Georgia, they've selected Georgia Power to do that. And so it's discounted slightly in Mr. Value's forecast. But it does show a level of commitment from that customer that they've at least picked the state and picked Georgia Power. So the reductions in the forecast, the way we're treated is different because an RFS is a commitment.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm driving at here. I would like some information about is those customers that signed an RFS before the new rules and regs, they are getting the second highest likelihood in P2. Have they gone through the stages of the process though? Like they signed an RFS before a transmission study or a timeline study or all these other steps were required, but they're getting that last highest percentage. Where are they in the process?
So again, I don't have the specifics of those, but I can tell commissioners, I can tell you that for those legacy customers that sign an RFS early in the process without going to the new discipline. So one thing to clarify is that an RFS today is not going to be signed before timeline review. Timeline review is one of the last steps before almost having a proposal and a contract in front of the customer. So legacy customers didn't have that requirement, right? And so in the load realization model, we're looking at this information and we're looking at a customer. If a customer has an RFS, but has not cleared the transmission review, we will reflect those as low likelihood in the load realization model, even though they have an RFS. So within an RFS in the technical review stages, the technical review stages have a more stringent requirement and we enforce those before the RFS.
In response to data request PIA 59, you said that for projects with an RFS, these legacy RFS, the company allows the project's phase to dictate the P2 likelihood.
Do you have a copy of that?
I have this copy. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Thank you.
So I understood that to mean that projects that have signed an RFS before the new rules are getting that second highest likelihood.
No.
That's not what it says?
Well, what this is saying is that the company allows the project phase to dictate the P2 likelihood. So that's exactly what I'm trying to explain, is that even though the customer may have an RFS and in the old regime and in the old framework, it would have suggested a high likelihood. If the stages have not cleared, depending on where they are on the stages, that determines the likelihood. And so if a customer has an RFS, but has not cleared many hurdles, it's going to be reflected as low likelihood. Now, after transmission review, they will be reflected at medium and so on. So, and again, the reason is that we're trying to bring everybody to the same standard, right? And now RFSs are going to be signed only at the very end, only after clearing most of the technical review stages.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Sure.
Have all the customers that signed an RFS received an offer for a contract for electric service?
Not necessarily, not yet. There is a timing. one comes before the other one. So an RFS is a binding obligation to receive service from Georgia Power, but the contract comes after that.
Signing the contract, sure, but do they have to have an RFS to receive an offer from Georgia Power?
Yes, they do
They
need
do?
an RFS to.
Okay, one more thing on P2. There's a strange adverb in one of your data request responses. You say that the transmission study results are shared verbally with the projects. Why verbally?
To,
Do you have the DR?
It might be
Might be the one we
second
just
page
got.
in your hand. It might be.
One you just gave you, 5.9. 5.9 was the one you just gave us, is that correct?
Yeah, but it'd be 513.
Okay.
It might not be there. 513. It's
I don't have the DR, but subject to check, I mean, I think the point would be, our transmission studies are gonna be all of the transmission models and everything, so it's not like you can just hand somebody a Excel spreadsheet that shows it, so that would be my guess. I probably shouldn't guess, but that'd be my guess on why it says verbally.
and it's, as commissioners is to highlight that there is a constant communication with customers. Now, maybe that choice of word shouldn't have been used, from a legal perspective. I don't know if I should.
That's pretty specific.
I should have said,
Well, we can't see the DR.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
if we have the DR, we'll speak to it. I was just saying that transmission studies are pretty intel models,
Right.
but without the DR, we probably should keep it
Okay.
there. So
Sure.
I don't remember all the DRs. There's a lot of them.
Looking at P3, whether a customer can achieve a commercial operation after they sign the contract for service. You're still treating it as like a near certainty that if a company signs a contract, they're going to require power for the duration. Is that fair?
no, what P3 is accounting, it's for the risk of customers failing for financial or economic conditions. That's all what P3 is. The ultimate materialization is measuring a different parameter of the load realization model. There's also delay consideration. So it's just for that specific hurdle to be reflected.
Yesterday, you said that P3 accounts for the difference in risk between a hyperscaler and a data center developer.
Let me restate it. Let me define it so we're clear. P3 is a factor that accounts for uncertainty in economic conditions or financial distress for all customers, not just for those for data centers or hyperscaler. Is all of them. It's a single number that is applied to all the projects, and that is something that we can verify in the inputs of the load realization model. There is no differentiation right now in the model.
Okay, yeah, that was my confusion coming out of yesterday, because it sounded like you'd said that the difference that staff was asking about between a highly capitalized hyperscaler and a real estate developer, that this is their first data center. The risk that they sign a contract and actually show up is accounted for in P3, but they get the same number, the same probability. So where does that risk appear in the model?
Yeah, so it's multiple things. So the difference, the differentiation that we make in data centers is in the load materialization percentages, not in P3. Like, this is again important to consider when we look at the load realization model. All of these uncertainty elements need to be looked jointly. They cannot be looked in isolation. So looking at a particular element and try to explain the majority of risk from a customer gets you to a potential route where you're going to overstate risk factors and you're going to be underestimating load demand. Every factor in the load realization model has a specific purpose. And so the purpose of the T3 is to look at financial distress, is to look at potential bankruptcy problems, right? That's all it is.
Okay. How is the model accounting for the AI bubble or the growing consensus that some of these companies are overvalued?
So let me clarify the question. Are you asking me for my opinion on a potential existence of a bubble in the industry?
Yeah. How many of the megawatts in your forecast are projected to be for AI uses, for AI companies?
I would say the majority. I mean, what is fueling the growth in data centers is AI.
And so where does the model account for the possibility that growth stops or is overstated right now?
I think part of it is in the pipeline's over 50,000 megawatts and we're projecting a load of about 8,500. We're not assuming that every single project in the pipeline is going to pick the state, pick Georgia Power, come to fruition and not struggle. So, I mean, to me, that's the main area where we're handling that concern. And then again, I know there's thoughts of an AI bubble. We are having customers that are coming to us and signing contracts for hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars. So there's protections in those contracts, but you're looking at 8,500 megawatts of load growth out of a pipeline of 50,000. And the customers that are signing these contracts are talking about, future growth. So there's not a specific variable in there that captures that. Mr. Valier can speak to that more, but I think the main thing is we've always been conservative on the amount of the pipeline versus what we're forecasting to serve.
Yeah, and Commissioner, something that is, at every point in time, every time that I've been in this, taking the stand and having a conversation with you, there's always the shadow of a gloom and doom scenario. Not too long ago, there was the uncertainty about tariffs, and there were a lot of opinions out there saying that the tariffs with other countries was going to result in inflation, crashes, slow down of the economy. None of those gloom and doom scenarios have materialized, but that doesn't mean we don't track it. That doesn't mean we don't observe it. So we look at economic indicators, we look at activity, we remain vigilant for those conditions. Nowadays, there is a lot of media attention about an AI bubble, and there are a lot of comparisons with the .com bubble, and there is a lot of analogies that have been made to the 1929 stock crash. A lot of things that fuel potential scenarios of gloom and doom that perhaps a tail event, only time will tell if something like that materializes. But at this point, the only thing that we can do is reflect what we have in front of us, use the best available information to inform our forecast like we normally have done, and then monitor. And to the extent that something like this were to develop, we will have early signs, right? We will have, not everything is going to crash in a bubble, not everything is going to crash, completely overnight. Things are going to be developing. And so if we were to see something, our obligation is to come to this commission with new information and to give you our new views. But what we're talking here is a tail kind of scenario that, while plausible, is very unlikely at this point.
And I don't spend a lot of time reading financial papers. And so I don't know where all the AI bubble is, but you can also find a lot of articles that you're just tip of the iceberg on AI, that we're in the very early stages and that it's going to continue to grow and be bigger. So I think you could probably find arguments on the other side that they think AI is going to continue to grow even more than we may think. So I think, again, that's why when you look at the pipeline and how we're risk adjusting everything from a forecast standpoint, it's helping handle both of those aspects. And then from a contractual standpoint and rules and regs is another way to protect customers.
Yes. The rules that we set up, will it protect us against the bubble bursting?
Yes, those contracts that those customers assigned for those data centers we have protections for our customers and the rule says they are designed in a manner which will protect existing customers for paying for the cost of large load customers. So yes. And we don't know if such AI bubble happens. We don't know if that means they're not going to build their fourth, fifth, and sixth one, or if that means they're not going to use the one that they're contracting with us. So I can't speak to all the aspects of an AI bubble, but I think that's exactly the point of the rules and regs, was to add an extra layer of protection.
Yes, and contracts commissioner have collateral requirements. They have letter of credit requirements, parental guarantees that trigger in an event like this, in an event like a bankruptcy. Customers have the obligation to keep on paying the minimum bills regardless of their operation. And if they don't, we have financial documents that are issued by financial institutions that allow us to say, okay, well, there is a default scenario. We are able to collect this like we did, when Toshiba and Westinghouse experienced the bankruptcy. There were protections, and those that provide money for protection of our existing customers. So it's the same mechanics in place.
Before we started all of this discussion on this, I pulled a half a dozen Georgia Tech professors together to sit down and talk about this and get their opinions about it. And they felt like, look, even if part of the bubble bust, we're going to need this energy for the future. You're getting out ahead of it. There's going to be a lot of electrification going on of vehicles and other things. And I mean, to the professor, all of them, essentially gave me a green light and saying, we think you're safe to move forward with an aggressive acquisition of this power for these data centers.
Two Georgia Tech alumni up here, we're like, listen to those professors, they're smart people.
Go Jack.
Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Kwani approach?
Yes, sir. While he's approaching, I mean, another thing about all this is we keep hearing it mainly, from on the federal level, and I'm pretty sure even with the prior administration, they were already pushing this as well by stressing the importance of AI and this development as being a national security issue. Is that something that the company, have y'all heard the same thing? Are y'all supportive of that, or recognize the fact that this is being pushed as a national security issue?
Absolutely, yes, and that's what customers keep on telling us, and that's where they're here to support the implementation of this technology, because this technology and the overall data center services are essential to the economy. So it's not just AI. A couple of days ago, it was yesterday or the day before, Amazon Web Services had an outage. It created a lot of disruptions. And so these data centers and having backup services, such as if some massive data center goes out, another one can jump in and provide a service, is extremely important. And so having all of that in our state, I remember 10, 15 years ago, all the technology talk was done around Silicon Valley. I'm very proud to be in Georgia and being at the center of these developments and having this technology available at our doorstep. It's going to be fundamental. It is real. Loads are ramping up. I would say as expected. They're ramping, below the contracted load, but ahead of our budget 2026 projections. So everything indicates that there's going to be progression, and this is real. So I understand the conversation on the flip side for the doom and doom scenarios, but we have the support of our government. I think it's a national security priority, and it's going to bring productivity increases. It's going to be good for our economy. It's going to transform the way that we work in the future. So it is real.
And again, I think it's important to note, it's not all AI data centers. I mean, there's other data centers that for a lot of other reasons too. So maybe the majority of it tends to think it's going that way, but there's still a lot of move to the digital economy that's happening.
I mean, this exhibit 4, Gipple South Face exhibit 4, referring to this doom and gloom you're talking about. I mean, this is JP Morgan's CEO, Jamie Dimon, saying that the level of uncertainty should be higher in most people's minds.
Well, yeah, this is a 7-page
Sorry.
They referred to awareness of this AI bubble talk. I'm pointing at that specific statement in this article about it.
I would just ask them to give the witnesses an opportunity to read the article so that they know to what, Mr. Carrier pointed to get the food from.
Yeah, fair enough. Good article, by the way.
Thank you. We thought so too, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know if the company is reacting to this, accounting for it in their model somehow. These are 40+ year resources they're asking you to build.
I mean, that's a lot to try to digest, but it's, I mean,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess,
so-
correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, but you're just trying to get them to allude to the fact of what they're doing in their forecasting, in this case, with this panel around the potential for, the bubble bursting, as the article points out here. And now, I mean, no offense to my friends in the media. But if you want to Google enough, you can about find any side of this issue you want. In various news sources anymore today.
You can find some other views on this, but I've seen statements from OpenAI CEO about there being a bubble. And this is, JP Morgan CEO saying these are serious investors talking about overvaluation here of what's the main source of these megawatts.
Sometimes when you have an opportunity to meet with those investors types at a round table, they cover their base pretty well.
I'm asking, is Georgia Power covering the basis?
This is so highly speculative, this line of questioning, and never mind the fact that Jamie Dimon or the CEO of OpenAI or Tim Cook or Bill Gates or anybody else or their cousin hasn't talked about a so-called bubble in Georgia. Let's get us back on track, Mr. Sherrill. The responsibility here is to certify assets, not talk about speculative articles from people that don't know our market, don't understand our energy system, and are, from New York.
I understand. I point taken. Does Georgia Power's model account for this kind of risk?
Like I said, I think the main area we handle it in is there's 50,000 megawatts looking at the state of Georgia, and we're asking for a portion of that. And we have customers who are actively engaged with us with plans. They are putting up and signing contracts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they are seeing growth. And so I think from that standpoint, the forecast is maybe not specifically addressing an AI bubble, but is it conservative in many ways that Mr. Valier has spoken through. And so there's that aspect of it. there's the rules and regs that offer protections if those contracts do not see the level of load that we're predicting. And then if things change, we could adjust plans. And so this is, you can either think it's not coming and not plan for it, or you can conservatively plan for it, and take advantage of the opportunity that we're seeing across Georgia. And that's what we're doing.
And I agree with Mr. Grubb. It's, if we were to focus on the full pipeline and start planning for that 50,000 megawatts joining, of course, it would be speculative. Of course, we would be planning for something that is not realistic. But what we do here, I mean, if you take just round numbers, the growth that we have between 2026 and 2031 is 8,400 megawatts, right? Versus the pipeline that is over 51,000, that is less than what, 20%? It's a very conservative number. And the reason is we project what is realistically going to show at the meter, right? We don't plan for everything. We are very disciplined. We're very cautious about what we reflect and don't reflect into our forecast. So bubbles at this point, I think they're tail events. We don't explicitly reflect it because there's not a need to do that.
But we do understand the size of the request in front of the commission for this many resources. But again, with the contracts that we've got in place, the commitments we have in place, the resources we identified, we're setting Georgia up to grow, and we're confident in that. So we do understand. We don't want to make it sound like we don't understand the severity of what we've asked the commission to do, but we feel like we believe with the load forecast and the commitments we have that we have de-risked it in many, many ways.
About those contracts, just to follow up on your response to Commissioner Eccles' question, you didn't mention termination payments in the list of protections. Why is that?
Well, I referenced the rules and regs contracts. I believe that's part of it, but I can't speak to any more details beyond that.
Yeah, so my answer was not I'm not a contract expert, so if I didn't mention it, it's not on purpose. I mean, termination clauses are there. There are termination payments in contracts. I'm not fully aware how they are determined, but I know that they're there and they have been there to provide protection to existing customers in case of a termination.
But in a forecast, we don't predict
Right.
amount of customers that are going to terminate their contracts in some certain time, whether it be the rules and regs contracts or the others that we've had in place for decades. So forecast is always looking at a level of growth. And so that's what we're doing here. We aren't planning on people terminating their contracts. These folks are signing contracts to do business, and we're capturing that.
Mr. Chairman, may Mr. Kalani approach you.
Yes, sir.
We're handing you what's been marked Gipple South Face Exhibit 5. It is the initial service change tab from the Q2 quarterly report.
The large load report.
Yes. And it is also Georgia Power's response to staff data request PIA 5-19. And so this first page here this is from the large load quarterly report. Project names are redacted, but if you look on the right column, that represents project delays or accelerations since the last quarterly report. If the number over there is positive, that means the project was delayed by that many months, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So looking at these changes to the initial service dates, many of these are more than double the max delay that the load realization model allows. Has Georgia Power considered updating the delay parameters in the model?
No, commissioners, because there are two different things. So what we are showing here are changes in what the customers are requiring. So if the customers require a service that is now happening at a later time, that gets reflected into the load realization model. Now, on top of that updated request, we do have construction delays. We do have standard delays that are happening. And so we don't incorporate these changes in timing from customers because this reflect new customers' requests, right? And it would be speculative to use this information to further change the request from our customers. It's better to reflect what they are asking us to serve. And from that point, we establish a standard delay to these assumptions. So that's the way we do it. And another thing that I can bring as a for consideration, commissioners, is that right now the budget 2026 considered 111 customers larger than the threshold materiality to be considered large load. So of those 111 customers, we look at their changes in timing over time. And about 50 of those customers have never seen a delay ever. And so, using this information to inform the load realization model is not something that we have considered or we would advise to consider because we always incorporate these latest assumptions, right? So, for example, in this list, the first customer had a change in timing of 12 months. Well, that got reflected into the budget 2026. That delay informed the latest forecast. And we would always do that, but we don't speculate that this customer will have another delay or an acceleration in the future because that is away of our control. It's up to the customer to tell us what their needs are.
Are any of these delays because of the timeline review?
Hard to tell because I'm not aware of the overall reasons. I mean, anecdotally, I've been hearing that delays sometimes happen because they change the configuration of the data center. It could be many things, but I'm not aware of a systemic reason or pattern for changing in timing.
That has happened though, is what you're saying. The timeline review has pushed out when a project can come online?
So I cannot talk about specific, but yeah, there is in the timeline review, there is if you would, a comparison, right, between what the customer want versus what the company realistically can serve, right? If they need load too soon and we don't have time to buy transformers, put wires on the ground, and to get the infrastructure to serve them, we would inform them back and we would say, listen, your initial request needs to be adjusted for that engineering evaluation. And so the timeline can change. Not everything is a delay because some customers come and they ask us for acceleration. So it is case by case. And it's a result of the conversation between our engineering departments and what the customers need.
Turning to the second page of that exhibit, the PIA 5-19, I want to look at the company's response to subpart F. The response is on the very back. Say the company has initially observed customers ramping up slower than expected. However, due to the infancy and small sample size of said projects, the company lacks adequate data to reach actionable conclusions. When will there be adequate data to reach actionable conclusions?
So that would be when the customers reach full operations. So at this point, the information that we're tracking is the actual peaks, how these loads are ramping up versus the forecast. So if you compare the actual performance of our customers versus budget 2025, budget 2025 was higher than the actuals. After incorporating more stringent set of conditions for the budget 2026, now budget 26, it's a little slower or lower than actuals. And so the information from actual usage is gonna help us to assess the performance of the overall projection. But the type of information that we can extract at this point is very limited because while customers are ramping up, you have materialization elements, you have delay components, you have attrition being considered. So it's multiple factors affecting, and they're all combining to what the customers are demanding, right? How do you separate it? It's not something we can do. And the other point about this answer is that we only have 8 customers, right? And so it's not enough of a sample that we can extrapolate conclusions to the overall portfolio of 111. So we need to wait until projects reach full load to measure. If they say my contract is for 100 megawatts and full load materializes at 75, well, the materialization is going to be 75%. As we collect more information, we're going to be able to inform the load realization model with this performance. But at this point, we're just ramping up into full load.
I want to ask a couple questions about budget 2026. I don't know if the commissioners have it in front of them, but we printed out for your reference some of the charts from it.
Is this the document that we filed with?
Budget 26.
Okay.
Yeah, the pages 10 and 12, the charts on there, if Mr. Kamani may approach.
It's not the testimony, but the actual document we filed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just clipped from that.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
And which pages again?
Which page?
We've got it.
Page 10 and then
Okay.
12.
So page 10 that has figure 1.2-0.2-1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this chart shows, on the one on page 10, the residential chart shows that you've decreased the amount of growth you expect from the residential class since the IRP. Is that right?
Yes, so budget to budget, we have measured a decline in use per customer in the residential class. Customers are becoming more sensitive to pricing. That is something that, as you know, Commissioner, keeping rates affordable is very important. And so the recent rate increases have created a reduction in the use per customer. And so the reflection of that data into our models has resulted in a decline in the residential energy projections.
You've also decreased, 2 pages later in the budget, you've also decreased the amount of growth that you expect from industrial sales since the IRP too. Is that right?
Yes, and that is the combination of both reduction on the organic part. The industrial customers are using less on a per customer basis, and it's also cancellations of large loads between last year and this year.
So the commercial growth has gone up. I want to ask about the organic growth. So not the load realization model we were just talking about, but the organic commercial customers, which now has 2 categories. It's commercial non-data center and commercial data center. Is that right?
Yes. So now we're talking about, so remember the load forecast have the organic section and the large load section. So we're not talking large load here, we're talking organic. And so for the commercial class, we have observing for the last 3 years or so that the class have been growing at a clip of about 3%, 2 to 3%. And when you look at the component, the subparts of the commercial class, you look at offices, you look at restaurants, you look at schools, healthcare, we don't see that growth, right? The growth is coming from organic data centers, and organic data centers are customers that have been traditionally served and being in the system before before these large loads have come to the state. So the reason why we separated the two was to represent the 2 clear difference in the the path for growth between organic data centers and the rest of the commercial part.
So this is where the 100 MW data centers that aren't large enough for the load realization model, they go into this part of the forecast.
Not explicitly, we don't model customer by customer, but everything below that threshold is assumed to be captured by this organic section of the forecast.
So if you had 600 MW data centers show up, that wouldn't directly go into this. It would still be what? How are you getting the organic data center growth number?
So we look at, in the same way that we develop the organic forecast. So we look at historical trends and we extrapolate those historical trends into the future. It's a extrapolation technique based on historical information.
Like what kind of historical information? I guess I'm trying to, the data center growth now is unprecedented, right?
And so that's what I'm trying to make the distinction. So we're not talking large loads. We're talking about legacy existing data centers that are smaller than the threshold for these large loads that we've been serving for several years, right? That group of customers is about 65-ish, subject to check, with a peak demand of almost 600 MW. Those are existing data centers. Those have been using more energy. Those are pulling more energy behind their facilities. And so that growth has been extrapolated into the future. And it's also to reflect that expected growth of smaller data centers below the threshold that will not be captured in the large loads.
Yeah, so those organic models, to Mr. Valley's points, are historical usage based on, and then reference to economic indicators, and then we have projections of those economic indicators. So we don't necessarily count the customers and say, hey, there's going to be this many. It's just a general trend based on the projected economic indicators and that relationship to load.
Thank you. May Mr. Kamani approach again?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This will be marked GPL South Face Exhibit 6. It is a clip from QTS's website. QTS is one of these data center co-locators. And it was impossible to print this thing, so I took a clip from it. But if you look at the URL, you can see that this is the Atlanta 1 facility here. And on this website, QTS says they have 278 MW plus of capacity on this campus here. But in the IRP, I remember, at least as of June, Georgia Power was testifying that the largest existing demand was 150 MW.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so as of June in the IRP rebuttal hearing, Georgia Power testified that the peak demand from any data center operating on its system was 150 MW.
Well, what we don't know by this, and I'm not familiar with this data center, is we don't know metered situation. We don't know any of those types of things. So I don't know that we can speak to, when they say 270 megawatts, is that one facility? We don't know. I'm not saying it's not, but I just don't know. So it's hard for us to speak to. I'm sorry?
It's 4 facilities. They constructed 2 new buildings a couple of years ago.
Okay. So, but are these future, are these existing?
It appears to say existing megawatts are available.
Okay, so and your question?
I guess, does it concern Georgia Power that at this time when there's so much purported demand, a data center isn't using its full capacity? 150 megawatts is significantly less.
But I don't know that this campus is, I don't recall the specific example that we used on the 150. I don't think we can say that it's compared and it's exactly this facility And that this is 1 meter versus we would probably speak about 1 meter to count. So we just can't speak to it.
Objection. I believe Mr. Sherry, your reference, point some references to existing megawatts and existing facilities, that doesn't appear on this document. There's a, and the substation reference are claims to the future, so I'm not sure if it's fair for the witnesses to be testifying as to what's actually out there, not out there, and already said they're not familiar with the.
So, Mr. Chair, is this like is this like something on the marketing section of their website, I guess?
Yeah, and this is where they explain what this data center does. These are Georgia Power substations that they're referring to. So I assume Georgia Power would have some information about its operations.
Well, I'm certain that that department knows everything about this project, but unfortunately, those employees of the company aren't sitting on this stand today. But I mean, if you have any knowledge of the project, love to hear it, but not, let's move on.
Yeah, not specifically to this, Commissioner.
Is anybody else on the panel?
No.
Okay, this is my last topic. I would like to talk about your demonstrative exhibit.
From his Mr. Valle summation.
Yeah, this.
Okay.
On the right-hand side, you reference 6,200 megawatts or so contracted load. That's the peak megawatts that they're contracted for, right? If they use 100% of their announced load, that's what that number is?
No, that is their announced load by the end of year 2030. And it's not the full amount. The full amount, give me a second, I can give you the exact number. Yeah, so the full amount, once they fully ramp up, is 6.5 gigawatts. So 6.2 is what is happening at the end of 2030. And we picked that full announcement to compare it with the growth between 2026 and 2031.
And so that's 3,500 megawatts less than just the ask in this proceeding.
So you're comparing to the resource request?
Yes, what's in front of the commission today.
Yeah, so 2,000 megawatts of that resource request is replacement of PPAs that were expiring that are not directly to load growth. So that is why when you look at load, you got to cover load plus your reserve margin plus any aspirations of PPAs in these years. So 10,000 megawatts is for all of those three things. What we're comparing to here is the growth in the load.
You don't plan for the full announced load though, right? You plan for a lower number.
No, commissioners. And like I said yesterday, this demonstrative is to give you a different perspective. Right? We talk a lot about models, probabilities, risk adjustment, and that's what is embedded into the chart on the left side. You know, that is our projection. But just to give you a perspective, we wanted to include the full extent of our commitments and obligations. You know, the contract, RFSs, just to provide you a different point of view, right? And so when you look at that, 75% of the growth is covered by contracts that we have signed. Now, those contracts, not everything is accounted directly into the forecast. It's just a way for showing you another reference to show you the full extent of obligations that we have for you to have a different perspective on what a reference, right? To see how reasonable our forecast is.
And I think it's also important to not ignore the green bar about RFSs as well. So those are also commitments while not contracted. That is a level of commitment for those customers as well.
Why not give the commission the load realization model so that the left side and the right side are apples to apples, like the LRM output?
Because we want to give commissioners that different perspective. We want to highlight. So the fact that we have 6.2 gigawatts of contracts by the end of 2030 is a significant milestone. It's showing progression. The whole point, the whole idea of having this load realization model is to project or anticipate how many of these customers in the pipeline are going to ultimately be contracted, and we will have the obligation to serve, right? That relies on the progression of customers from being prospective into committed, from being committed with an RFS into customers with a contract. And so over time, the expectation is that this contracted bar should be going higher, and it should be a higher percentage of the load that we're forecasting to inform our planning process.
And these contracts that you're referring to, they go back, so most of these were signed before 2025. Why does this chart start in 26? Shouldn't this left side go back to the same date the contracts start?
It's because the current proceeding is focusing from 2026, and the capacity request, is centered around 2031, it's 28 to 31, right?
Yeah, and this is showing the forecast, and we don't show 25 in the forecast. The forecast is for the next year and beyond. And so that's why we're showing 26 through 31, is that's in the B26 forecast starts with 2026.
And it's
So we're
highlighting,
showing that.
it's highlighting 5 years of growth. We typically look at 5 years of growth ahead of us. And so because we're in 2025 today, we look at 26 as the first year, and then 5 years down the road.
And the loads for those RFS contracts that you mentioned would be in the forecast.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kamani approach one last time.
Yes, sir. And just for purposes, we're going to be taking a break pretty soon, just to give everybody a chance to ample time to get back to eat.
I'm very close.
Oh, okay.
This has been marked as GIPL South Base Exhibit 7. It is a page from Dominion's 2024 IRP. And you testified before that Georgia Power is in contact with other utilities. Are you aware of Dominion's approach to large load forecasting?
Yes, in general terms, yes, I'm familiar with them.
And they start with only contracted load and then reduce their projections from there. And that's what's shown on this chart on the back. But Virginia is still seeing a lot of interest from data centers. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding, but it is my understanding that Dominion had a period of time not too long ago where they had to close they were closed for business because they didn't plan accordingly. So I don't know if it's a model that we should follow for our planning purposes.
I want to clarify that I heard Jill right yesterday. Georgia Power is not aware that EMCs and munis in Georgia are only planning for contracted load.
Yeah, we covered that yesterday. We're not aware. We don't know what they're planning for, and then we spoke to why we did not think that's the way that Georgia Power should do it. So we spoke to that yesterday.
And commissioners, in that regard, we cannot speak for other jurisdictions, right? Every jurisdiction plans according to their need. Their needs might be different, right? But what we do here is we use the information that we have in front of us. That data is better data than anything that you can find for other companies or from literature, because it's customer information that is very specific to the ones that we are going to have to serve. And so because we have better data, we have better intelligence, our forecast is a better product to plan our system based on our needs, not the needs from Dominion or any other utility. I cannot speak of the reason why they plan it this way. That is up to their needs. I can only speak to what our goal is, and our goal is to keep Georgia growing, to keep rates affordable, to keep reliability, and to continue the success of our state.
Yeah, and we can't speak specifically to this, but with statements like customers into a series of contracts, that's just different than how we do it, which means it's even harder for us to speak to this compared to how we do it.
Well, I've been hearing that y'all are confident in the load projections. In light of that, would Georgia Power support SCLC, Gipple, and South Face in asking the commission to decide now in this proceeding that the costs to acquire and run these resources will not be borne by existing non-data center customers?
You were asking us a question, or you were asking them?
I'm asking if Georgia Power would join us in that request.
And I think we already have them under oath saying that in a previous hearing.
I don't think that we do, Mr. Commissioner.
I think we do. I think we have them under oath saying that very thing about, we quizzed them about this. But maybe not. Maybe it was a slightly different question, but it was something very close to that they would take responsibility for that if the calculation was wrong.
Bob, if you remember earlier with this panel today, I asked him with baseline that our present rate pay is a helicopter. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I didn't get an objection.
And I appreciate the commissioner's position on this. I would like Georgia Power to respond though if they can.
Just say it again. Yeah.
Cost recovery. What you asking for in the commitment as to the future cost recovery is not the issue here.
The commission has authority to make that kind of decision here.
Yeah, the commission in these rules and regs and these contracts has the ability to disallow any expenses that they seek recovery on that are at issue in one of these large load, with one of these large load customers that where that load didn't mature. So I feel, that's the comfort I'm looking for, that we've protected this commission and future commissions maintain that authority that we need to protect ratepayers.
That's also the comfort that we're looking for.
Don't you have it here?
I haven't heard that promise from Georgia Power.
You don't need it from them. You've heard.
Georgia Power is regulated by this commission. The authority resides within the commission, not within the company. I know that y'all are fighting tooth and nail against this. You have for years. And, you come to the commission with BBC articles about San Francisco and but this is like basic stuff. I mean, you've been practicing before this commission for a while. You know this. The authority resides with the commission, not with the company.
And we asked for this when the rules appeared last Christmas. We asked for this in IRP. We asked for it in the rate case. We have still not had a chance to talk about these contracts in detail. And so we're asking for additional protections here. And if Georgia Power would join us in that promise, given their confidence in their load projection.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand where you're coming from.
Let's move on, Bob.
I don't have any other questions.
All right. That's a good time to break for lunch because the cafeteria closes at 1:30. So we'll see everybody back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're back from the break and we will pick up where we left off in the hearing. So the next appearance will be Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, panel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Isabella Ariza and I represent the Sierra Club and States in this proceeding. Yesterday, staff asked you some questions about the timeline of this RFP, sorry. And you said that in June 2024, you designed the RFP to seek 8,500 megawatts of capacity, correct?
The RFP was issued in June of 2024, yes. And the bid due date was a month after that, yes.
And at that time, you set the target of 8,500 megawatts, correct?
That's correct. From the outset, we were seeking up to 8,500 megawatts.
And you've alluded to this, but to confirm, how did the company reach the 8,500 megawatt figure in June of 2024?
So it would have been based on the capacity needs at that time. And then also, I believe we may have given a little bit of a higher range in case there were some coal retirements that we that we had gotten approved that we possibly would extend. But mostly it's always based on the capacity needs and then a range around that.
You were probably using the 2023 RP update load forecast, right?
In June of 24, that would have been the case, most likely, yes.
And that number, 8,500 megawatts, has stayed the same since June 2020.
As far as RFP guidance, it has, the RFP has always been designed to be updated with the capacity needs as it progresses, if we have a new projection. But yes, in terms of guidance to the market, that 8,500 held.
That's correct. Consistent throughout the documents.
Okay, so much so that as part of the 2025 IRP stipulation, 8,500 megawatts was also the cap.
In terms of the stipulation noting what we could request, that's right, it still referenced the RFP documents.
And how did you reach that 8,500 megawatt figure during the IRP?
We
of
just
this
didn't,
year?
I believe we updated it because that was still a range that would help meet our capacity needs. Because part of the supplemental resources are for the prior RFP, the 27, 28. So when we went to the IRP, it was still a similar range to that.
Okay. And when did the company decide to make a supplemental request in this RFP?
So we indicated in the 25 IRP that if we had insufficient resources from both the winter 27, 28 BESS RFP or the all source RFP that we were looking to identify resources. And so we first started discussions with the resources in the first part of 2025. I mean, we were monitoring capacity needs as Ms. Curlow's team was going through the RFP. But we really started taking actions and working on resources the first part of 2025.
So before signing the stipulation, you already kind of had the supplemental request underway.
Depending on what came out of the IRP, because we had some updates in there that could adjust the numbers, and we still hadn't completely finalized the short list, but we knew there was potential for it. That's correct.
Okay, and your testimony is that you'll need the full amount of megawatts, main plus supplemental resources to meet your needs, correct?
That's correct. So the capacity needs that were filed in Mr. Valier's testimony that were updated with the B26 forecast shows the results of all of those resources, and we need them all.
However, isn't it true that the company's large load forecast since 2024, including B2026, which the company filed last month, have consistently shown a decrease in the near term?
Yes, but not in the year 2031. So in the near term, yes, but has been stable around that time frame.
Okay, but isn't it true that that near term attrition that you've seen since 2024 could continue beyond?
We don't, like I was saying this morning, Commissioner, we don't extrapolate what customers need. We reflect what their wants are, and that informs the forecast.
Okay, but so that consideration of slower materialization of load did not impact in any way the amount of megawatts that you're seeking to procure today?
No, it didn't, because we were looking at capacity needs based on what we had in the filing, and then we knew we were going to update it with Mr. Valier's. But yeah, we needed those megawatts to meet winter target reserve margin. Then we're also looking at summer as well.
Okay, but that if a lag of materialization continues it's possible that you'll have resources ready to serve a load that's not yet there, correct?
Well, so we'll have to see how that happens. I would say that if the resources are online, they will be serving loads. If we're above target, then that's just an extra amount of reliability there. We had some of those discussions in the 25 IRP around, if you're at reserve margin, you're never completely at reserve margin. We would err on the high side, but yeah, if the loads moved out a little bit, you could see that, but I think it's important to note that we still have needs in the summer of 2028. The system has enough need for us to be okay, that we don't have to identify specific resources right now, but we always seek to meet our own loads. And so we still would have a benefit to customers in the summer for those resources, regardless of the load changes.
Okay, and you just said you could see that, although it's not your main scenario, but if you could see a delay in materialization and some resources that are not being used right when they're built, did your analysis capture that possibility that they'll be online for even a few years or even a few months? Did you consider that that could be the case?
So a few things. One, we could have loads go up. Yes, it could move either way. As far as the analysis, we did not. Mr. Looney can speak to that more, but I think we have provided some, if the loads were to change, there are some things that we could possibly reflect in our planning actions if we needed to. It's just going to depend on how much they move and what years they move. But I think, again, it's important to note that we have some capacity needs in the summer. And while we're mainly focused on winter because the system has linked in the summer, it's still beneficial to our customers to have resources available to help that summer need. Do you want to add anything on the evaluation?
Not much to add, but just to go back to something Mr. Grubb stated, which is when the resources come online, they will provide benefits, operational benefits, capacity benefits, energy benefits, independent of the exact load forecast. And so the resources are useful when they come online, even if, a particular view of the load forecast lags a little bit.
And most of pretty much other than some PPAs, most of the new construction in those early years are batteries. And so they do add that extra flexibility on the system.
Okay, I'll just ask, at some point, it's prudent to not have excess capacity. There's a limit to how much reliability you're providing, et cetera.
Yeah, we go through a very careful reserve margin, not part of this docket necessarily, but we do try to optimize that cost and benefit of reserves. And we have a reserve margin that's been approved by the commission, and that's what underlies our certification request here in addition to the load forecast.
Yeah, and I do the other thing to make sure you look at is, what's the years right before that year that you may be above your target or right afterwards, because there are benefits to that. So to Mr. Looney's point, we do look at those, but we still have some years, especially in the summer, where we have some needs.
Okay, I'll switch gears a little bit. So the resources that are procured through an RFP are generally dictated by what is approved in the IRP, right? You spent some time explaining that yesterday.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
The resources that you procure through an RFP are generally dictated by what you find in an IRP. Is that generally correct?
I wouldn't say that they're dictated by it. I think that we've spoken to in the IRP and here, the generic expansion plan gives us some guidance into what types of resources are beneficial for customers. And so a lot of times that's what's listed in the RFP as potential resources that we want to have bid in. But the RFP itself and the capturing the market, what those true costs are, is where you end up going. So the expansion plans guide basically what you seek in an RFP, but it doesn't dictate the results of the RFP. The RFP evaluation itself and benefit to customers drives what you select.
Okay, and in 2023, your request to the commission to build the Yates CTs and the PPA with Mississippi Power, Santa Rosa, et cetera, that was all done through a different mechanism, right? An IRP update, not an RFP or a supplement to the RFP, correct?
Yeah, so could you say that last part again? I'm sorry.
The resources that you requested certification for in 2023, that was done through an IRP update, not an RFP.
Yeah, it was still taking advantage of process the commission has in place for RFP exemptions. But it was through an IRP update because the driver of those resources was an increase in the load forecast since the 2022 IRP. But, that's the one IRP update we really had for a fundamental change. Most other RFPs have had their own certifications outside of an IRP. And so this one's on target. But yeah, the IRP update was driven by that change in the load forecast.
In the future, or in the next couple of years at least, should interveners and the commission expect that you ask for approval of additional resources as part of an IRP update, an RFP supplement, or some other docket?
So I would say that we don't expect it at this point, but I think all of those are tools that we have if needed. I mean, I think from an RFP standpoint, Ms. Curlow and team will be moving forward with a 32-33 RFP for the IRP, first part of next year. And so we will go through that as the main vehicle to address needs in 32 and 33. If again, something changed such that you needed to take a different action, if you had time to run an RFP, we would. But since that one will be running, it would most likely be through an RFP update. We don't expect at this point, but those are still tools that are available that if we saw more changes in load forecast or those types of things, we would bring to the commission. So not expecting it or planning on it right now. But if we did that, it would be because there's even greater opportunity to serve load.
So no current plans to add resources in the 29-31 timeframe?
We will be looking at some for the summer. And if you look at the capacity needs, the system has some length, but again, we seek to meet our own obligations. So if there's an opportunity to meet some of our own need in the summer, and part of that could be trying to do a PPA with one of the other operating companies, we would look at that. But in terms of like the winter and major RFPs, that 32-33 should handle most of our.
Okay. I'll turn now to some of the benefits you talk about battery storage. In the summary section of your testimony, of the main panel's testimony, you state that the company is procuring the energy. Actually, I should point you to the number, page number 7, lines 1 and 2.
Page 7, lines 1 and 2 of the main panel?
Yes.
Okay.
You're summarizing here your testimony, and you state that the company is procuring the energy, capacity benefits, and all the environmental attributes were applicable produced by the facilities that you're seeking to certify. Do you see that?
Yes, we see that.
Yes. When you say when applicable, I take this to mean that some of the resources have environmental attributes and some do not. Is that correct?
That would be correct. Renewable resources like solar have a well-established renewable energy certification attribute that can be monetized or utilized in a number of ways. And some of the other resources don't have a prescriptive attribute that's comparable to that.
In your cost benefit analysis, did you assign any kind of benefit or any sort of advantage to projects that had those environmental attributes?
We did. So our evaluation was informed by the renewable cost benefit framework that has been presented and approved by the commission in multiple IRPs. And so that establishes a methodology by which we value renewable energy certificates, and we applied that value to renewable energy for resources that would qualify for that type of production.
Okay, and the environmental attributes that you were discussing here don't consider the non-emitting potential of these resources. They're not environmental benefits as in their impact to the air, water, et cetera, right?
There's a couple of things to make sure you understand that's included. We do include the direct value of a REC. We also run our portfolios through a number of different planning scenarios. And in those planning scenarios, some of them have a cost on carbon or other carbon pressures or a higher gas value. And so inherent in the energy values that those resources are credited in the evaluation, some of those avoidance of carbon costs and other optimizations would be included.
I guess what I'm also asking is, even without taking into account the environmental benefits of battery storage, the resources that you selected were still found to be cost effective, right, in your ranking?
The company's position is that the full portfolio of resources is a cost-effective way to meet the capacity needs that we have. And it is a diverse portfolio that includes a substantial amount of battery energy storage. And we think those are good resources.
Another benefit that you mentioned in your testimony, it's page 12, lines 15 and 16, regarding batteries, is that they provide flexibility in their operational and dispatchable characteristics. Do you see that?
Could you say the lines one more time?
15 and 16,
On which page?
page 12.
Yes, we see that.
One additional benefit that I don't think your testimony addresses is that batteries are modular. Is that correct?
Can you explain what you mean by modular?
I mean that you can deploy them in stages or adjust how many you deploy over time.
The RFP evaluation evaluates bids that are received through a well-governed process. So the modularization or the ability to customize the size of a resource is really provided by a bidder or the people that are developing the company on a proposal. So from the evaluation team, we are just evaluating the projects as they're proposed in a comparable, fair, and well-governed process. Panel 2 could speak to the value of that modularization, how they structured the actual proposal.
But to the extent that the lives of batteries are shorter and that potentially being a benefit, that's not captured in your analysis, cost benefit analysis.
Our evaluation does account for resource life, and there can be advantages to a shorter lived asset and there can be disadvantages to a shorter lived asset, but we capture that in our term equalization so that we can compare a battery that may have a 20-year life or 25-year life to a PPA that can have a term that varies based on a bidder's preference to a combined cycle unit that by its sort of engineering nature has a 45-year useful life. So we do account for the difference in useful lives, and that a incremental decision will have to be made at the end of those lives to replace that capacity.
Okay. I'll switch now to ask about data centers. On that same page, page 12, lines 9 and 10, 9 through 11
Page 12 of testimony.
of the main panel.
Main panel,
Main panel.
same page.
Same page, lines 9 through 11. There you say that the CCs that you're seeking to certify play an important role due to their ability to not only meet capacity, but also provide high level of 24/7 energy that data centers need. Do you see that testimony?
Yeah, that's correct. Again, what we're noting here is we often talk about capacity needs, which is driving when we do procurements, but you also need energy. And because of the nature of these large loads that we're adding, being 24/7, the ability of CCs to provide a lot of generation from an energy standpoint, because of they're not energy limited like other resources, is an important consideration in the portfolio.
Thank you. And to refresh everyone's minds, during the 2025 RFP, you indicated that data centers amount to around 90% of load growth. Is that still correct?
Yeah, in terms of megawatts, yes.
Residential load growth, for example, is basically just a drop in the bucket of load growth. Is that a fair assessment?
Oh, in terms of growth?
Yes.
Yeah, growth growth in residential class is about 1% or less. Yeah.
And here, going back to your statement in the main panel's testimony, you say that CCs are best suited, and you said just now, Mr. Grubb, to provide the energy data centers need. Does that mean that you expect data centers that sign a contract for electric service to pay around 90% of total costs to build the CCs?
No, so all the resources being procured here are to serve all customers. Now, majority of the load is driven by data centers, and that's where we handle the cost allocation through the large load contracts or our rate cases. But the CCs will be added to serve all customers. The point here was just that while battery storage has some benefits, you can't serve all of this load with battery storage or solar because of this, the magnitude of the loads around the clock. And so each resource has its benefits. There's peakers that have a big benefit because you don't have to run them all the time. And then there's resources like combined cycles that are really good to serve energy needs. And so when you look at Georgia's fleet, adding this load, you also need to add energy intensive resources, which combined cycles are. So from a cost recovery standpoint, we're requesting certification here, and then the cost recovery would be handled later. Other than when we price all customer choice jobs and contracts, we price them such that the projected benefits outweigh the cost. And so when we talk about this a lot in the IRP, when we do that, we use the marginal cost of generation, which we have done reflective of what we're certifying here. And then we'll continue to do that. And so from a cost recovery standpoint, can't speak to the specifics, but the way we price it takes care of that.
Yeah, and I'll just add, having the correct balance of resources is actually a protection of customers. If you have an incorrect balance, then you end up running inefficient and sometimes costly resources in hours where you don't really want or need to. So this actually protects customers' pricing and can decrease emissions when you have the right balance of resources, and you can run your most efficient, cost-effective resources more often and run your less efficient, less costly resources as seldom as possible.
Mr. Lumi, you're saying that by adding 5 CCs, somehow you can still find a way to reduce emissions.
Well, reducing emissions isn't necessarily the right way to think about it because we're increasing load. And so we've got to produce more energy. But if you think about emission intensity, then yes, adding the most efficient combined cycles that will exist on our system does reduce the emission intensity, which on a sort of normalized basis can be thought about as a reduction in emissions. If all we added was something like a battery, which actually consumes electricity energy, as it stores it and redischarges it, you have to run other resources to provide that energy that would be less efficient than the new combined cycles. Thus, it would increase emissions more in a comparable state. And so you have to think about the context of increasing or decreasing emissions in light of increasing load. And so the absolute increase or decrease isn't necessarily the right way to think about it. It's, serving the new load, how can you decrease the intensity of emissions in a way that's also cost effective for customers.
Okay, going back to your claiming your testimony that CCs will provide the 24/7 energy that data centers need. Are you familiar with initiatives like EPRI's DC Flex initiative?
Generally.
Southern Company is part of that program, right?
I'm not personally, I know we're a big part of EPRI, but I don't know exactly what our role is there, but I'm not saying we're not.
Okay.
Just don't know the details of our involvement.
So you're also not aware that data centers or data center owners like Google are also part of the EPRI's DC Flex initiative?
Yeah, I believe they are. I know when we've had discussions with customers, we've got several of the projects that we talked about or programs we talked about earlier in front of demand response and distributed energy resources. The discussions we're having with customers right now, they're interested in us serving their full load. Not saying that we aren't still having discussions with them on flexing it, but right now we're seeking to serve their full loads, and we have not had anybody directly approach us or agree to having a flex-like program. Again, we'll have those conversations as we need, but we don't have any at this time to include in our plans.
Thanks for that. And this came up a bit in Discovery as well. But shouldn't you procure resources now, assuming that at some point in the next 5 years, data centers will have at least some flexibility?
If we did that and then they don't end up having flexible capability, we won't have enough resources to serve them. And so where we would go with that is, as I mentioned earlier today, is if we have discussions with customers that result in them having some sort of demand response flex program, or they sign up to some of our DER programs, we would capture that in our capacity plans from that point going forward, just like we do every other iteration of planning. So if we do that, one, it could help meet these summer needs that we're showing. So that'd be a chance to do that. And then we would also capture the capacity needs. Then Ms. Curlow goes in her next procurement. We would adjust those capacity needs based on those. So we're optimistic that we'll have some customers sign that. And when they do, we'll incorporate them. But at this point, without them having committed, we can't plan on them.
I understand. How about requiring load flexibility from the start? Is that still off the table?
I'm not involved in the customer discussions. Again, these are, very advanced and complicated customers. I think if it was most cost beneficial for them to have a kind of a partial load served from us and then them do the rest, they would be bringing that to us. But I can't speak to all the customer contracts. Communications, but I do know those are some of the discussions we're having. I think it'll be more, probably more likely if there's a timing issue, if they're wanting to come online a little earlier than we could. I think it might manifest itself there more than just long-term service. So not saying it won't happen, just saying we don't know it at this point. And so we're seeking the resources to serve those loads, and then we would adjust later if needed.
Okay, I'll ask you now about pre-construction costs that you address in your testimony on page 28. You state that consistent with the commission's rate case order, if the commission does not certify one or more of the resources, the company would seek recovery of any pre-construction costs. Do you see that testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
You give a few examples here: reservation fees for long lead time equipment, scoping and engineering study costs, and financing costs. These are all for company-owned projects. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are any down payments for firm transportation of gas, to the extent that you've incurred those, included in the pre-construction cost bucket?
Not for the resources themselves. We captured the cost of FT in the evaluations that Mr. Looney's team performs, but the certification cost for all the resources is the cost of the generation. So the firm transportation that we've contracted for, that cost recovery is in the fuel case.
Okay. In your testimony, you clarify that pre-construction costs of uncertified resources would be recovered in a future rate case. Where will the pre-construction costs of certified resources be recovered?
It's same. And so we talk about the cost recovery, and I think we had a few questions on that earlier to be consistent with how we've done it. And so any of the certification costs for the company owned resources, if approved by the commission, would then go into rate base when the interplant service. And so that would be part of the rate case. Obviously, the rates are not changing through 2028. So even if some of these projects close before then, they'll go into rate base, but they won't change base rates. And then we would address all that in the 28 rate case.
Just to clarify, the pre-construction costs are included in the certification request. So there's not like some extra cost sitting out that we would have to find another mechanism. All the pre-construction costs are included in the certified amount. So if a resource is certified, it's included in that amount.
Can you disclose that amount, or is that trade secret, the pre-construction cost bucket?
It's trade secret. The filing includes the certification cost totals, and then we provided all of the financial models that would have all that details in there. But it is trade secret.
Okay. Speaking of trade secret, maybe this one's for Mr. Looney. The ranking of each resource in the supplemental resource filing is public, right? It's part of the actual application.
The relative, I'm sorry, did you say the value or just the ranking?
Just the ranking.
Sorry,
It's page 5 of the economic analysis of capacity resources that's attached to Georgia Power's supplemental application.
Did you say where to find that again? You said page 5 of
The economic analysis of capacity resources that's attached to Georgia Power's supplemental resources application.
I think the ranking itself is provided, not trade secret. It's just the details of the economic analysis are trade secret.
Thank you. I wasn't able to find a public disclosure ranking of the main RFP resources. Is that ranking also considered public?
I do not think we made a complete ranking in a public disclosure.
think it was supplied in a data request, but I don't think, I think it was marked trade secret.
Do you have any objections to making that public disclosure? Just the ranking, not the values?
Are you asking about just the all source RFP results?
Yes.
Okay. We would need to look into that. I'm not sure if we provided it or not. And then I guess the other question would be, we've got the initial bids and then we have what we've sought for certification that were the results of that.
Just
Those
the,
is results.
just the results for certification.
I think that's something we'll take under consideration.
Okay. Now, just a few follow-up questions for Mr. Valle. Mr. Valle, please refer to figure 5 of your testimony. It's on page 14.
Sorry, can you say figure 1 or
Figure 5,
on which page?
page 14 of your testimony. The one called long-term pipeline growth through the mid-2030s.
Okay, I'm there.
You've talked already today about the differences between the large load pipeline, the commitments, and the contracted load, which are 3 of those bars, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is it fair to say that your demonstrative exhibit is a depiction of how many megawatts of the large load pipeline, the bars on the far left of this figure 5, you expect to move forward to the contracted phase?
So, no, in the demonstrative, I'm showing for the commitments, I'm showing the version of that red bar as of today. And I'm showing the contracted as of today. So it's a little bit higher than what we had at that time.
Okay. Can you give an estimate of how many of the 51 gigawatt red bar you expect will move into the 3.7 gigawatt of the broken ground category?
I guess only 10, but what I can tell you commissioners is that recent activity, and we're not at this point, it's work in progress, but we should have at least another 3 gigawatts of projects breaking ground. We will know once we finalize the third quarter large load report. But we expect to show an increase from what we're showing in this filing.
But eventually, I'm sorry, but eventually the load forecast is for that load that's just below 8,500 megawatts. We would expect through now through 31 that those would all be developed and broken ground. So this is just a manner of tracking the activity as this was, a result of the 2023 RP update when it was we were all new into the large loads and just trying to show that there's still support there. So this is the large load report shows 2 things. It shows that the pipeline keeps growing and it shows that part of that pipeline is coming to fruition. So yeah, we would expect eventually that the load forecast amount would. So.
Okay, so you would need basically the pipeline to move fairly quickly until the broken ground category or even beyond, because they would need to be in service already. That would need to move pretty quickly in the next 3 to 5 years, correct? You're expecting that to happen.
Right, you would expect to see a progression of customers going from prospective to contracted, and from no activity to breaking ground and being under construction. Yes.
And then once they've broken ground and taken service, they're going to continue to still grow. So we talked about the load ramps. If it's 800 megawatt data center, that means it's 800 megawatts on day 1. All right, they're going to phase it in and grow. So that's all captured in Mr. Valle's program.
And is that final materialization from now until 2029 through 2031, is that based on your historical experience, conversations with customers, or what other utilities are seeing?
No, it's based on the assessment done by the load realization model.
Another clarifying question about data center cancellations or delays. How many customers have asked to cancel, not get back in line, just to cancel their requests in the past year?
Don't have that in front of me. I will have to, that information can be found on the quarterly reports. So part of the quarterly reports give give an account of customers being withdrawn from the pipeline. So that would be a way to get it, but I don't have the total as you.
That's okay. Thank you. Just to understand this graphically, when customers cancel the request, they fall off figure 5 entirely, right? They're not.
Correct. They're taken out of the pipeline. They're not accounted anymore.
Okay. And you've also discussed today what you testify on page 9 of your testimony, where you introduced 2 key changes that you made to enhance the accuracy of the load forecast. That's page 9, lines 19 through 24.
Yes, that's correct.
The first change you mentioned is that is what staff asked you about yesterday. You explained that data center developers are modeled at lower materialization levels compared to hyperscalers, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Staff asked about this, and Mr. Looney, I think you said that one of the differences between those two is that hyperscalers offer the final product and developers have no direct computational need. Is that?
I don't know that that's the full and thorough definition. I was trying to clear up that I don't think it's a definition that has to do with size, financial integrity, those types of things that the question was pointing at.
Okay.
In other words,
Mr.
developers could still be very legitimate, experienced businesses. It's just a different business than a hyperscaler.
And I think it's important to remember that we're talking about the load forecast here. So obviously, once these facilities are built, if the developer, completely leases out the warehouse of the data center, we could expect to see the total loads be very similar to a hyperscaler. This is just forecasting. And so as we start building these facilities or they start building these facilities and we start on Mr. Valier's point from earlier, we'll learn all that. So again, it doesn't mean that we're going to limit them to any kind of materialization. It's just a forecasting method, and we'll see as they start operating. They very well could hit the same level of materialization as hyperscalers, and then Mr. Valier would adjust as we learn those types of things.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Valle if that was the only reason you modeled developers at a lower materialization level compared to hyperscalers, or whether there were other reasons why they currently have a
Yeah,
lower
it's
materialization.
developers and also co-locators with no tenants. It's an assessment of occupancy for everything that is not a hyperscaler or a co-locator with committed tenants.
It's just a little less certain. I think is what we're saying as we start forecasting it is we want to be a little conservative and not overplan for them to be quite the same values.
Okay, last few questions about the page 17, page 17, lines 19 through 22.
And we're still in Mr. Valier's testimony?
Yes, still Mr. Valles.
Which line, sorry?
19 through 22. You state there that Georgia Power reached agreements to execute contracts for electric service with 2 large load customers totaling nearly 1 gigawatt of announced load.
Yeah, that's correct. And that was as of middle of August. So as of now, that amount is about 2 gigawatts.
Okay, thank you. While all those contracts are trade secret and not available for interveners to review, can you share when those 2 or 3 new customers are expected to come online?
I will have to look at the specifics.
By 2029.
Yes, I would say for sure.
Not sure exactly what the rent level is by 29. We would have to get that, but yeah, we would expect they would start moving forward soon and then ramping up through the levels we like through 31.
Yeah, I know that by 2031 they would reach full load, but I don't know what are the details were there.
The
Okay.
company has that, we just don't.
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. No further questions, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Southern Renewable Energy Association. Mr. Hallman, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wish.
Careful around here.
Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is Bland Hallman, and I'm representing the Southern Renewable Energy Association today. And I've got not many questions, and they're all pretty much in the realm of commercial. We're taking it out of the cloud and down into some kind of commercial mechanic questions. And it's really about the RFP. And curious just to start off with kind of the experiences. This is one of the first storage RFPs where storage was eligible to compete. What was the independent power producer participation like? Was it what you expected in terms of the number of participants, less than you expected, just general sense?
So we did provide for storage in the previous capacity RFP as well, the 22-28 RFP. And we have had some other RFPs such as the CARES 23 RFP that was just certified by this commission. We did allow for storage with renewable there. This was the first one where we, this one we did allow for storage standalone as well as storage paired with renewable for the charging mechanism. We got a good response from the market. I think has been indicated in our testimony. We received over 5.5 gigawatts of bids that for the RFP. A good number of those were for storage bids.
And were those independent power producers, or does that include company-owned resources?
It was a mix of both company-owned proposals as well as market bids.
Okay, and how many of those, I guess, made it to the conforming list?
So none of the market participants chose to post bid security, so they did not progress on past the conforming list.
Thank you. Taking a step back, just kind of going to go through kind of how these RFPs work to provide some context. And so the process used by the company, and this is just general, I just want to kind of set the stage a little bit. It's a process the company announces its capacity needs and invites bidders to put forth projects that meet those needs. The company then selects the projects or portfolio projects that best meets the targeted needs in an economic and reliable fashion, right? Is that the basic?
I do want to mention, though, throughout the process, we do work intimately, very closely with staff and the IE throughout. So while we're developing documents, while we are looking at performance metrics, all those sorts of things, staff and IE are a part of that discussion, helping to guide us, make sure that we get market participation, as well as commission approval of the final documents once they're out there for bid.
And the general theory is that competitive solicitations will, parties who are participating in it are going to bring forth their best prices, and that competition is going to drive prices down. There should be cost savings because of the competition.
That's right. We agree with commission that the RFP process does provide for most reliable and affordable beneficial resources for customers.
Thank you. And kind of a key element of these RFPs is the PPA. This is where you've got an independent power producer that's bidding in. It's the power purchase agreement. This is the contract. This is the thing that you're kind of shooting at if you're one of these bidders, and it tells you, what your price what your price is going to be, what your performance metrics are, what the penalties are for non-performance, all the kind of things you would expect in a contract. But that's kind of the central document, fair to say?
So those are what you described. The pro forma PPA documents are laid out initially ahead of the RFP being issued so that the bidders know what the contracts are going to look like. Yes. And again, those are designed with staff and IE and approved by this commission.
Right. And there's an opportunity to comment by market participants.
Absolutely. And we've talked about the importance of a diversity of resources, right? So you mentioned the importance of PPAs. They are part of a diverse portfolio of resources that we're looking for.
And one point of clarification on your other question, I think, I'm not saying you intended it to, but when you said something in the pro forma, you said something about the pricing is set in the pro forma. The bidder bids in that price, or the company proposes their cost. So the pro forma, as Ms. Curlow said, lays out all the specifics of how to do it so they know what they're bidding to, but not saying you meant to say that.
I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the key elements of the PPA is a collateral requirement called performance security. Are you familiar with that?
That is part of the performance, yes.
Okay. Could you explain, please, to the commission what a performance security is?
So the performance security is a mechanism to ensure that the resource will be performing as the company is expecting. This is a capacity RFP. So these resources are needed to meet customer load. So we have to have good, solid confirmation from the bidding counterparty that they are going to perform and meet the obligations of the contract.
And they, the way it kind of manifests is it's a financial requirement, a collateral requirement, as I understand it. So you basically are bidders putting money at risk, or the PPA signatories putting some kind of financial skin in the game. So if they don't perform, then that gets called. Is that the basic?
It can be money. There are different forms of payment that can be set aside depending on the counterparty.
Right. Okay. So getting to this RFP in particular, I did want to, when we think about those performance securities and the forms that you just mentioned, it could be a letter of credit, it could be cash, it could be perhaps a parental guarantee or some kind of guarantee, depending on the creditworthiness of the party. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. And again, that is consistent with past RFPs, worked on and negotiated with staff and the IE and approved by the commission before that goes out for bidding interest. Yes.
Okay. And from a bidder's standpoint, this is, let's just say it's a letter of credit. And you're coming up with your bid. This is one of the things you're going to need to be, spending on this project. So it goes into effectively in your bid price. If you're going to have to, you, the project developer, are going to have to kind of, let's say, have a $1 million letter of credit available during the term of the PPA. The cost of that is something that goes into your bid. You should be considering that in the cost of your bid.
So I'm not a developer, so I can't really speak to how they price their projects.
Right. But it is a financial requirement. It is a cost to the bidder, correct?
It is a commitment that we need from counterparties to ensure that they're going to deliver reliably for our customers.
And to the point earlier on the pro forma, they know what that is. So to Ms. Curley's point, we would expect that they do, but we don't know the manner.
Yeah, but
They will know it's a requirement.
our expectation is if providing security is a cost to bidders, they would price that in their PPA price like they handle all their other costs. That's their mechanism to recover their costs, and that would be our expectation.
And in this RFP, some of the independent power producers said, we think the performance security requirement for standalone storage is too high. It's out of market as part of the comments. Don't know if are y'all familiar with those comments?
We received several comments. We received over 500 comments on the RFP documents. Some of them did relate to performance security. We received a lot of other information as well.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the company change the performance metric after those objections were raised? Do you know?
We actually did. We were lowered. I believe we made some incremental changes. And I will say that we're always listening to market feedback. We do take, we have after RFP bidder sessions where we listen and gather feedback and such things like that. So, there are tweaks. We're always seeking to get good market engagement. So if we get feedback like that, we will certainly act on it.
And just to make a note for the commission, we didn't release any participants because their price was too high. So there was no element here where they said performance security is driving our price up. And we said, well, you're going to get released for that. So whatever led bidders to withdraw from the RFP, it wasn't the company saying your price is too high or you've overpriced your product due to a security requirement.
Right. But it could have been that a market participant thought that bid security was going to make their bid too high compared to other forms of generation like combustion turbine and decide not to bid at all. Is that possible?
I don't think we're in a position to speculate on the precise reasons they chose not to stay in the solicitation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to a slightly different part of the PPA, and that is the performance metrics. So batteries are a little bit different than other forms of generation because the way they perform, the metrics and how to measure those are different than a combustion turbine. And one obvious metric that jumps to mind is round trip efficiency And so that's kind of a measure, I believe, of, how efficient is the battery at discharging what's been put into it, which is a key for its performance. Those performance metrics are also contained in the PPA. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the sort of thing that we certainly want the market to be able to deliver what we would hold our own company proposals to be able to and required to perform at as well. So yes, that's something we would put in the pro formas.
And in this RFP industry, there were some comments relating to how those performance metrics in the PPA didn't match up back to back with what the independent power producer kind of contract they would have with their OEM. So the OEM, you might have round trip efficiency, you might have availability, and those would all be separately kind of handled in a contract. And the RFP PPA has a performance metric that averages those all together. And are you familiar with that the difference in kind of an individual performance metrics versus the average?
I am not specifically, sorry.
Okay. Well, I guess I was just going to ask that the objection was raised, or a comment was raised about the mismatch between the average performance metric, the averaging metric, and the individual metrics that are more standard in these equipment contracts. And they asked to conform those, and I believe the company did not change those metrics. Is that correct?
I don't believe we incorporated that. Again, we received over 500 comments and went through each one with staff and IE and made sure that how we were changing the documents were going to be in the best interest of all customers. So where we were able to make changes based on comments received, we absolutely did. And we continue to take feedback again, and we have many ongoing RFPs where we can make some changes, incorporate such things.
Thank you. And I was going to say, or ask, even since then, I believe you changed some of those proposed PPAs and are kind of adapting as we go.
It's possible.
Okay.
I can't speak to exactly all the RFPs. Several are in the serviced window, and so we can't speak to those specifics.
Understood. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. All right, Georgia Power Company.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just a few clarifying questions. Do you recall, panel, that Mr. Pollock and Ms. Ariza asked you a series of questions yesterday about the 8,500 megawatts of capacity sought in the all source RFP?
Yes,
And you'd agree that the estimated up to 8,500 megawatt figure serves as a signal to the market of the range of the company's capacity need that it's looking to procure, correct?
yes, that's correct.
And in the June 6th, 2024 version of the RFP that Mr. Pollock showed you yesterday as staff exhibit PIA 6, that included a chart that further broke down the estimated capacity need in each of the 3 winter seasons covered by the RFP, correct?
That's correct.
And presenting the capacity in this manner further signals to the market approximately how much capacity the company needs in each year, giving additional information of the timing of the company's need, correct?
Yeah, that's great. And so if you're a developer and you're wondering, those megawatts may drive what year you wanted to provide it. So that's why that information was given.
And is it your understanding that the chart in question was included in the RFP at commission staff's request?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the commission ultimately approved that RFP document, correct?
That's correct.
And notwithstanding what was sought in the RFP, what the company ultimately requests for certification following the evaluation of the RFP is based on the updated load forecast and the capacity needs at the time of filing, correct?
That's correct, as it has been for several decades now.
Thank you. Mr. Pollock also asked you a series of questions about the June 12, 2024 Independent Evaluators Report. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In particular, Mr. Pollock asked about the length of time between the Commission's 2022 IRP order and the provision of the documents for staff and the IE's review. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Within that timeframe, the company began seeing an increase in the large load economic development activity of customers interested in coming to Georgia, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall the company discussing with commission staff in early 2023 a proposal to issue the all source RFP in phases, which would have allowed the company to move more quickly in issuing the RFP?
Yes,
And staff did not support the issuance of a phased approach or an expedited RFP without an updated load forecast. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And thereafter, the company prepared and filed the 2023 IRP update, which included a revised load forecast and introduced the load realization model. Is that correct?
Yes,
Back to the IE report. While the IE criticized the duration of the RFP document development, the IE did ultimately recommend the commission approve the RFP document, correct?
yes,
And did the company issue and conduct the RFP as approved for the 2029 to 2031 need years?
yes, we did.
And did the company receive a robust response to the RFP?
Yes, we did.
And after a comprehensive evaluation, did the company put forward the resources that best meet customer needs?
Yes,
Mr. Pollock also asked a couple questions about whether the company considered issuing a resource-specific RFP. Do you recall those questions?
yes,
Do you agree that the purpose of an all-source RFP is to identify the portfolio of resources that provide the lowest cost, most reliable solutions for customers?
yes, that's right.
And by limiting what bids can be submitted in in a capacity RFP to only one type of resource, doesn't that limit the company's ability to find the best cost solutions?
Yes,
Yesterday, Mr. Pollock showed you the April 17th, 2025 order approving the rules and regulations tariff compliance filing. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
In looking at that order, is the process the commission approved designed to ensure that large load contracts the company enters into are compliant with the rules and regulations?
Yes.
And is that an ongoing process taking place outside of this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And are the contracts that go through that process reviewed by commission staff?
Yes, they are.
And are the contracts that go through that process and deemed approved by staff considered to be compliant with the rules and regulations and protective of existing customers? I will reframe my question. Is it your understanding that the company would only be submitting contracts that are compliant with the commission's rules and regulations order?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Mr. Valle, Mr. Sherrier earlier today asked you several questions about the probabilities considered in the load realization model. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And just to clarify, the load realization model considers three major buckets of uncertainties. First, project success or failure. Second, materialization. And third, delay.
that's correct.
And when we discuss the P1, P2, and P3 probabilities, that only applies to that first bucket of uncertainty, which is project success, correct?
That is correct.
And within the P2 probability, there are also multiple steps or hurdles that a customer must navigate through as well, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And as you explain on page 23 of the load forecast, each of these numerous stages for the P2 probability and the risk adjustments made at each stage, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the end of the day, the company has a pipeline of over 50,000 megawatts using the risk adjustments in the load realization model. As a result of those adjustments, the company only plans for and includes in its forecast a fraction of that total pipeline, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's only a fraction.
And what fraction of the pipeline actually makes it into the load forecast?
I would say it's less than 20%.
And just a few follow-up clarification questions on the demonstrative exhibit that you shared. The company has estimated a growth in the winter peak demand of approximately 8.448 megawatts or gigawatts from 2026 through 2031, correct?
That's correct.
And you'd agree that this is the risk-adjusted estimate in the forecast for large load customers?
Yes,
And you'd agree that customer commitments through signed requests for service and contracts for electric service reinforce what is included in your load forecast?
absolutely. Yes,
And based on what you've represented here, the company has secured 6.2 gigawatts of signed contracts from large load customers which is equivalent to almost 75% of the forecasted growth.
Yes, that's correct.
And this includes almost 2 gigawatts of contracts signed after the implementation of the revised rules and regulations, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those contracts have heightened protections for existing customers over and above the existing customer protections that were already included in the company's contracts, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Company has also identified 4.2 gigawatts of customers who have a signed request for service, which are on the path towards contract execution, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And although the 10.4 gigawatts listed in that final column of the demonstrative exhibit is an unadjusted number, meaning the risk adjustments have not yet been applied to it, this still demonstrates a strong pipeline of customer commitments to confirm that the large loads are in fact coming, correct?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. And if there aren't any further questions from the commission, I'd ask that the panel be excused.
Any further questions, commissioners? All right, panel, you guys, ladies can be excused. Thank you for all your time. And we'll take a quick 5-minute break while you get your next panel ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Started. All right, welcome back from a quick break. We've got the next panel that's has assumed their position here. So Ms. Pryor, if you would go ahead and swear in your next panel.
Certainly. I'd like to call Georgia Power's next panel of witnesses, Mr. Bush and Mr. Hayes. Would you raise your right hands, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Bush, can you please start by stating your full name, your employer, and your responsibilities for the record?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Bush. I am the Director of Generation Planning and Development at Southern Company Services, and our team is focused on developing and deploying solar and battery resources as well as distributed energy resources on behalf of the operating companies.
And Mr. Hayes, would you please do the same?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rob Hayes, Director of Generation Planning and Development for Southern Company. I lead our thermal generation implementation and development teams for the retail operating companies.
Thank you. Mr. Bush, on August 15th, 2025, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 17 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format in this case?
Yes, I did.
And are there any corrections you need to make to your pre-filed testimony?
No, there aren't.
And if I were to ask you the same questions here today as are set forth in your pre-filed testimony, would they be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chairman Shaw, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony, and I now ask that the direct testimony of this panel be copied into the record as if given here today.
So marked.
Mr. Bush, on October 16th, 2025, did you file or cause to be filed in docket number 56310, Georgia Power Company's supplemental filing to the supplemental resources application in both trade secret and public disclosure formats?
Yes.
And Chairman Shaw, for the record, I would like to identify the public disclosure version of supplemental filing to the supplemental resources application as exhibit GPC 12 and the trade secret version as GPC 13.
So marked.
With your permission, I'll ask Mr. Bush to summarize the pre-filed testimony of this panel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. Our panel will discuss and support the resources proposed for certification that Georgia Power plans to develop, own, and operate. This includes each of the company-owned proposals, or COPs, as selected in the all-source RFP, as well as the Wadley BESS project, which was identified as a supplemental resource and will be paired with an existing solar resource currently under contract with Georgia Power Company. The proposed portfolios of COP resources are an integral part of the company's approach to meeting the growing electricity needs of our state and continuing to provide our customers with the reliability they deserve and expect. The proposed COP BESS projects consist of 10 4-hour duration BESS located across Georgia, 9 of which were selected in the all-source RFP. These resources will provide a combined capacity of more than 3,000 megawatts and have expected asset lives of 20 years. These BESS facilities will enhance grid reliability, provide grid support, and optimize energy costs for our customers through energy arbitrage. The company has executed multiple sale and purchase agreements, or SPAs, with Tesla for their Megapack 2 XL technology for use at these sites. The Tesla Megapack 2 XL has a modular design that allows for the rapid deployment of BESS and is produced by a leading supplier of reliable BESS equipment. The sites for these projects were selected for their various deployment capabilities, opportunities for additional resources, and maximum tax credit benefit potential. All the BESS projects will have a third-party engineering, procurement, and construction, or EPC, services contractor, except for the McIntosh BESS project, for which Southern Company Services Technical Shared Services, or TSS team, will provide EPC services under existing affiliate services arrangements. The company anticipates that 5 of the COP BESS projects will reach commercial operation by the winter of 28-29, with an additional 2 projects, each achieving commercial operation by the winters of 29-30 and 2030-31, respectively. Once completed, these BESS projects will support electric service reliability and promote economic growth and long-term tax base in Georgia, providing positive economic impacts on the state's economy that will benefit all Georgia Power customers.
In addition to the 9 COP BESS projects selected from the All Source RFP, the company also proposes to develop, build, and own the Wadley BESS project, which will be paired with an existing solar resource. The Wadley project offers a 4-hour duration, 260 megawatt BESS that will serve as a dispatchable capacity resource by November 30th, 2027. This resource was strategically selected to be paired with the Wadley Solar Facility owned by NextEra Energy Resources, which is currently under contract with Georgia Power. As a paired resource, the Wadley BESS will primarily be charged by the existing solar facility. Burns & McDonnell, which is currently serving as the EPC contractor for 2 other Georgia Power BESS projects and is known for its extensive experience with these projects, will serve as the EPC contractor for the Wadley BESS. Once completed, the Wadley BESS project will optimize energy savings, provide additional electric service reliability, and promote economic growth in Georgia. Next, the company's COP BESS plus solar projects are 2 4-hour duration BESS with a combined capacity of 350 megawatts across 20-year asset lives, which will be paired with 2 new solar resources totaling 350 megawatts with 35-year asset lives. These facilities are located in East Dublin, in Lawrence County, and Baconton in Mitchell County. Certifying the construction of the Lawrence County and the Mitchell BESS plus solar projects will contribute to the company's continued efforts to add resources for cleaner energy production. Under an existing master service EPC agreement, the company anticipates engaging DEPCOM as the EPC contractor for these projects to utilize DEPCOM's extensive experience with BESS plus solar facilities. The company anticipates that these projects will reach commercial operation by November 2028. Once complete, the Lawrence County and Mitchell COP BESS plus solar projects will enhance grid efficiency and reliability, serve as cost-effective and dispatchable capacity resources, optimize system savings, and promote and support economic growth in the state. Finally, the COP thermal projects consist of 5 combined cycle units at 3 existing plant sites, Bowen, Wansley, and McIntosh. With a combined nominal capacity of more than 3,600 megawatts, these projects are critical to Georgia Power's commitment to reliably meeting the state's growing energy demands. For these COP thermal projects, Georgia Power selected sites with existing generation plants, which allows for the use of existing infrastructure, has known geological and environmental conditions, and minimizes costs related to interconnection and transmission. The company has strategically staggered the planned commercial operation dates such that the first unit at plants Bowen and Wansley will reach commercial operation by the winter of 29-30, with the remaining 3 units achieving commercial operation by winter 2030-31. These COP thermal projects will be the most efficient natural gas units on the Southern Company system and will provide additional reliability, promote and support economic growth, and will help meet energy and capacity needs for Georgia Power customers. In closing, by approving the company's all source and supplemental resources certification applications, including these COP projects, the company and commission will continue advancing cost-effective generation development in Georgia while maximizing overall value for Georgia Power customers. Together with our trusted and experienced implementation partners and equipment suppliers, the company is confident in its ability to execute each of the projects as proposed. The commission's certification of these all source and supplemental resources will provide reliable, dispatchable energy and capacity to Georgia Power customers and is in the public interest. As proposed, the company seeks certification of the COP resources by technology type, meaning the portfolio of COP BESS resources, the portfolio of BESS plus solar resources, and the portfolio of COP thermal resources. Certifying the COP resources as portfolios is not only efficient, but also reflects how Georgia Power plans to manage these projects in practice. For these reasons, the company requests that the commission approve the certification of the 2 proposed portfolios of COP BESS, including Wadley, plus BESS plus solar, and then for the thermal projects. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The witnesses are now available for questions from the commissioners as well as cross-examination.
Okay.
Mr. Bush,
Yes, sir.
did you leave out a word when you were talking about the company will provide reliable? Did you leave out affordable?
I certainly
Or you
hope
leave that
not.
up to us.
Well, we are very focused on affordability, Commissioner, and it's our desire and our goal to provide the best value to customers from affordability. But obviously, you guys are part of ensuring that we do the things we're committed to doing.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right, we'll start with Cross, starting with Georgia Public Service Commission.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bush, Mr. Hayes. My name is Justin Pollock. I'm an attorney representing the public interest advocacy staff. I just have a few questions for y'all. I wanted to start by showing you an exhibit that I've marked as STF PIA 11. Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Dick can pass that.
Sure.
up. So in particular, I wanted to look at the company's response to item C of STF PIA 3-7, the data request there, which asked about transmission studies that may have to be conducted. And the company's response was that Georgia Power is currently performing outage coordination studies to determine the feasibility of implementing all interconnection and delivery projects required to meet commercial operation dates of all bids in the all source RFP. Do you all see that?
Yes, I do.
So the company states it is performing outage coordination studies. Would you agree that it is in the company's control to determine the feasibility and manage the project to the target in-date service?
I'm sorry, could you clarify your question? Are we talking about a transmission issue or are you talking about one of our generation projects?
I'm talking about the transmission studies.
Okay, the transmission studies.
Referred to there.
Okay, I just would note that neither Mr. Hayes nor I actually are the respondent to this DR. And so we will attempt as best we can to respond to your question.
Sure.
But Mr. Looney on the first panel is actually responsible for the response. So but I will attempt. So, but if you could just clarify your question.
I'm just asking, is that something the company has control over in conducting those studies?
The conducting transmission studies?
Yes.
Yes, commissioners we do have transmission experts who are responsible for conducting studies.
Now, for the gas powered plants, those are going to require some pipeline expansion projects. Is that correct?
I'll let Mr. Hayes jump in here, but our focus in what we have provided is really, you could kind of consider it inside the fence line. So again, we wouldn't be responsible for expansion of any of the interstate natural gas pipelines. We're focused on what does it take to ensure that we have a project in service. And there could absolutely be, there absolutely will be expansions and firm transportation required, but that's outside of the scope of what our teams actually provide.
That's correct. And so commissioners, I'll just say that as for our Yates project that we have currently going on, we had a gas lateral portion of that estimate. And so our Bowen and our Wansley projects as well have a short gas lateral in our estimate that's required. And the McIntosh does not require any kind of gas lateral. So we don't have any cost in there for that for McIntosh.
And the company has submitted applications for FERC approval for some of those gas expansion projects. Is that true?
Again, that would be, the company will meet all those requirements. The gas expansion laterals really is not our purview. Again, our focus is on the development of these particular projects.
Now for the McIntosh CC project, were there two cost estimates that were submitted for this, a BV version and a self-build?
Yes. So initially in January, when we submitted our final bids, those were based on an EPC contract arrangement with our EPC contractor. All of those bids were, and then in recent DRs, we've submitted additional costs for a pivot to executing that project with a self-execution strategy.
And were there any cost savings with that self-executing cost strategy?
So the decision to switch and pivot in that execution strategy was very is an important opportunity for the company to realize some savings. We do feel like we're confident in how we can execute that in that method. And so we do expect to be able to bring that in at or below the certified amount, utilizing that strategy and bring back any savings to customers.
Is there any risk though in the company taking on that project as opposed to having an established contractors such as Black and Beach as the EPC?
Well, I would add, Commissioner, the risks for the projects are the same. It's kind of where they rely and who's managing those risks. And so the project risks are the same. We have when we have an EPC contract with someone like our partner Black and Veatch, they take a set of those risks and we have a set of those risks. In the decision to move forward where we manage the project directly, we then do take on all of that risk and it all becomes within our scope. So the project risks are really the same and essentially the same.
Regarding Macintosh, the company has cited to contractor diversity as an important part of the company's management strategy. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, the beginning of your question, could you repeat that again?
Sure. Regarding Macintosh, the company has cited to contractor diversity as an important part of the company's management strategy. Is that correct?
Well, contractor diversity is an important part of all of our strategy, whether it's at Macintosh or whether we're talking about all of these projects.
And how many new build projects is the company proposing altogether?
We are in this certification hearing, we have 15 new projects that we're proposing through this certification process. That includes 14 that were selected through the all source process and 1 supplemental project.
And those are all with in-service dates within them 6 years?
That's correct. All of these are in-service dates. We have actually in-service dates as early as 2027. We have projects going in 2028, in 2029, and in 2030. So we diversify our in-service dates throughout that time frame. While it sounds like a lot of projects, they won't all go in service at the same time.
Are there any risks of cost overruns or delays?
Well, we are very confident in the approach that we're taking here as it relates to the costs for these projects. We have been working on the projects, actually, commissioners, for over 2 years. So we're very focused in the strategy when we talk about diversification. Part of the reason we diversify is to ensure that we can manage those costs. And similar really to today, as you know, commissioners, last December, you certified in 2 separate dockets 5 projects that we are currently deploying, 5 battery projects that we're currently deploying, and they will be in service by the end of next year. And so the same process that we've used there, and those projects today are actually ahead of schedule. And we are excited about the opportunity for them to come in below the certified amount. And so that process and that structure is very similar to the approach that we've taken. And that's 5 projects. When you add the Yates combustion turbine, that'll be 6 projects that we bring in service next year. So while 15 does sound like a lot of projects, because of the approach that we've taken, the structured and measured process that we have in place, we are confident that we can manage these costs within the certified amounts.
The company has included contingency amounts in its estimates, correct?
Yes, in the development of any project, a very prudent approach is to ensure that you have contingency to deal with uncertainties.
How did the company determine those contingency costs?
Well, contingency in the development of any project, you look at what are the uncertainties for that project. And uncertainties can be bucketed into several different areas. One area, for example, is the complexity of the project. Another might be, well, how much experience do I have with that technology? Another would be, how far in advance am I making these commitments? Is it a year out or is it 10 years out? Another would be just the different risk levels. So no project we wouldn't say any project would have the exact same contingency because every project has a different in-service date, could be a different technology. So those are the factors that we use when we set those contingencies for each of these projects.
And the company is seeking approval of the certified amounts, not by project, but by portfolio, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what is the benefit of the portfolio contingency approach for customers?
Well, Commissioners, as you're aware, the portfolio approach that we're taking for deploying these projects is consistent with past practice of this commission. As you may recall, our early deployments of solar projects, we did those in portfolios. We had our first deployment, I think we called it 3x30 project. And we worked with our military partners, and those projects were in a certified portfolio with a single number. We managed all of those projects and actually came in under budget for that portfolio. After that, we actually had another portfolio of military and university projects that this commission approved as a portfolio of projects. And again, we took that portfolio and all of those projects came in under the certified amount. Last December, this commission approved 5 different projects across 2 dockets totaling 765 megawatts. Again, that is a portfolio, a single number that we'll be managing to. So it's very consistent with that past practices of this commission, and it's really consistent with how we will be managing the projects. We see it as really, while we did develop these projects individually, and we have the costs individually defined, and we can manage these projects individually because we didn't know how many would be selected through the process. Our perspective on the portfolio is it provides the best mechanism to lower costs to customer. If we can operate in a portfolio, then we should be able to. That's an approach that allows us to lower cost to customers.
Doesn't identifying costs on a project by project basis, doesn't that improve transparency for commission oversight?
We will absolutely provide oversight and transparency for all of our projects. We do manage them on a project by project basis, but actually report and organize them on a portfolio basis. And Mr. Hayes can add more to that.
Well, I was just going to add in that, administrative efficiencies are important here. And when you have a portfolio of projects like we'll have thermal, for example, we're going to want to roll those costs up so we understand how the portfolio is doing and present those to our management review boards and have our management with Georgia Power understanding the health of the portfolio. And you have staggered CODs as well. And so you're learning as you go. And then you're able to understand if there's an issue at one of these jobs, we dig down and we talk about it and we figure it out. But then at the end of the day, the reporting, if we had to silo these projects, then your really administrative burden is much higher. And we feel like this is the way that we'll be administering it ourselves. And we feel like it makes the most sense for to come to the commission and report out that same way for you guys.
Is there any reason the commission should not require the company to be held to its cost estimates, as was the case for the Yates CTs?
Again, the costs that we have in those projects are we're very confident we can hit those costs. And, our goal would be even to come in below that. But the company doesn't have a unilateral right to go beyond that. This commission has authority for any cost beyond that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, those are all the questions that I have for this panel. I move that staff exhibit STF PIA-11 be entered into the record.
So, Mark.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, staff. Moving on. Mr. Jones is not here. He did not have any questions from manufacturers for this panel. What about Georgia Interfaith Power and Light from South Face? No questions. Southern Alliance for Clean Energy and Sierra Club.
Thank you.
Sarisa, how are you?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon. For the
Good
record,
afternoon.
my name is Isabella Ariza and I represent the Sierra Club and SACE in this proceeding. Just a few questions for this panel. I asked the main panel some questions about battery storage already, but in your testimony, page 13, lines 26 and 27, you point to a benefit of building battery storage, which is to minimize fuel price volatility exposure. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, page 13, and which lines?
26 and 27.
I see those lines, yes.
Based on this testimony, you would agree that installing storage and battery plus storage is a way of hedging against the risk of high gas prices. Is that correct?
Solar is a zero energy cost resource. So anytime that it can actually be used to displace other resources that have a fuel cost, it is benefit to customers. So yes, I think it is a hedge. Solar can be a hedge for other resource costs.
Now, let me ask you some questions about the Bowen, Wansea, and McIntosh proposed CCs. Generally, in addition to the capital costs, CCs come with added costs like securing firm transportation, which staff was asking you about, correct?
With securing firm transmission,
Transportation,
transport,
firm transportation for,
for gas, yes.
yes. May I approach with an exhibit?
Sure.
So this contains trade secret information, so I will actually not mark it as an exhibit. I just handed you two pieces of paper. The first one is the company's response to STF PIA 85B, which is public. And the second one is an excerpt of the company's response to STF PIA 1 Attachment A, which is trade secret. Regarding firm transportation costs, can you please read the highlighted Q&A on the first piece of paper?
So again, we're talking about STF PIA 8-5. Is that correct? And you're asking us to read the B section that's highlighted in blue?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm used to highlights being trade secret, but these are not.
These are not, exactly.
Okay.
That's why I chose blue.
All right, thank you. How did the company account for ongoing gas FT costs at these plants in its RFP bid evaluation? Please explain.
And the answer was?
The firm transportation FT costs are reflected in the RFP bid evaluation under the fixed fuel category. The costs are input within the firm fuel costs input tab in the capacity evaluator spreadsheet.
Okay, so basically, now I'll refer you to the second piece of paper, which is an excerpt of that tab, the tab that reflects the firm transportation costs. Please take a moment to look at that one.
Okay, can I just interrupt again one more time? Neither Mr. Hayes nor I, if you'll notice, the contact at the bottom again is Mr. Looney. And we will do our best to answer the question. We do have a general understanding of FT, but Mr. Looney was on the first panel, may have been, he would have been the more appropriate person, I think, to ask that to.
Okay, fortunately, it's not a very detailed question because all of this is trade secret.
Okay.
I've just highlighted here in yellow. Firm transportation rose for 2 Wansea units and the 1 McIntosh unit, which are resources that you ultimately selected for certification and that you discuss in your testimony, correct?
They would, yes, two Wansley combined cycles and 1 McIntosh combined cycle has been selected through this certification in this process, yes.
So while the actual values in this table are trade secret, isn't it true that the firm transportation cost for a single unit at McIntosh is roughly equivalent to that of 2 units at Wansley?
If my understanding, again, it's not really our chart. I can say that the values in the cells that you have highlighted beginning in a certain year are similar. Yeah. If that's your question.
Okay, and to confirm, these firm transportation costs are on top of the cost to actually build the CCs. Is that your understanding? I know you're not.
Again, we do, in order for a resource in our fleet to get firm capacity credit, you have to have firm fuel. So I'm not sure of the details of what these numbers are, but yes, we often use firm transportation on natural gas pipelines to ensure that we have a firm fuel supply. We have other ways of doing that as well, but that is a way that we use firm transportation.
Thank you. Now that as part of this proceeding, you've disclosed the specific resources you're seeking to certify, do you plan to update your air permit application with EPD to reflect that you're planning to build 2 and not 4 CCs at Plant Bowen?
So I think to clarify that the permit for the Bowen project does have 4 units called out. And I think that was an important thing to do because 4 was an option in the RFP. It was not selected. The 2-unit Bowen option was selected. So we'll work with Georgia EPD if something needs to be changed there, but I think it's actually beneficial to have it for 4 because there's room for 4. And if there's future need to build there, then those permits could already be set up, ready for additional plants in the future. But for right now, that it says 4, but we're planning to build 2 if certified.
Okay, so no plans in the near future to build the full 4 though, correct?
We only have a 2-unit Bowen project up for certification.
And do you plan to file with EPD an unredacted version of your application, given that the number of megawatts and the commercial operation dates have now been disclosed?
I'm not sure what our strategy is at this time. Again, what we try to do, commissioners, and what our team is responsible is finding options. What are some options available to meet Georgia Power's needs in the future? And so what we've done in this proceeding is we provided battery options, battery plus solar option, combined cycles, a series of them in multiple locations. And then we provide those as option through your approved RFP, very robust RFP process. And then the evaluation team looks at all those options and selects, hopefully, some of ours that help meet our customers' needs. And that's what we've done here in this case. And again, we try to be strategic. So if there are other opportunities that might be coming in the future, we don't want to eliminate options that we may have with us today.
You look at your stranded assets also.
Yes, sir. If there are assets that are not fully used or utilized, we absolutely will look at those assets and see, is there that way that we can enhance them or use infrastructure that may have been used by those assets? Absolutely, Commissioner, we do that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for this.
All right, Southern Renewable Energy Association. Redirect, Georgia Power.
No redirect this afternoon. If I could go ahead and move all of our Georgia Power's exhibits 1 through 13 into the record. Unless there are additional questions from the commissioners, I'd ask that the panel be excused.
Okay. Panel, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all can be excused. Yes, sir. Any housekeeping matters?
I would ask that the Gipple South Face exhibits 1 through 7 be admitted into evidence.
1 through 7. That's so marked. Any other housekeeping matters? Well, I'll ask the court reporter at this time to make all the exhibits part of the record and thank everyone for your time. And this hearing is now concluded.